Honourable members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, we are in the midst of a GP crisis in regional parts of Australia, particularly in my electorate of Bendigo. It has not been this bad since this government since the Liberal National Party were last in government in 2004, when people would say the books were closed. Well, people are saying that all over again. I regularly get complaints from people, some people who've lived in the area for a long time and their GP is just booked out, others who've moved into the area and then just can't find a GP that will add them, so to speak, to the books. They're told that their books are closed. Now, this crisis has been made, but it's the government's own making. They really have stuffed up primary health care delivery in this country. The freezing to the Medicare rebate has made it hard for some GPs to break even, forcing some GPs to charge gap fees for people wanting basic consult services. It means that some people put off delaying going to the GP because of the cost involved with the regular checkup. They then don't go to the GP until their symptoms or their condition is much worse, then presenting to the GP with quite chronic health issues. So the government has made it harder for GPs because of the Medicare freeze. It's simply a lot more expensive for them to run their practices today, and Medicare's not keeping up. The government also hasn't trained enough doctors locally and encouraged doctors, put the right incentives in place to encourage GPs to move out to the regions. And what they have done in the last little while is too little too late, and what people are saying to me locally is they don't believe it will work. We have a real problem with attracting people to the regions. In my area of Bendigo, I'm told locally that we are about to have 7 GPs retire and a few more move away. That's going to have a huge impact on the ability for our GPs to meet demand. Right now, if somebody's wanting a consult in any of the big clinics, they almost have to plan to get sick 3 weeks ahead. It's at least a 3-week wait for some people to see a doctor. Now, I don't know about you, Deputy Speaker, but kids don't tell you 3 weeks in advance that they're about to get sick. It's okay if you're going back to a GP to, say, get a script renewed or for a regular catch-up, a consult, managing a chronic health issue, but that's not the majority of cases. The majority of people seeking primary health care, seeking an appointment with their GP, it's because they're sick. And at the moment, the system is so under pressure, they're having to wait 3 weeks. In the middle of a pandemic, people can't access the basics of primary health care. And as we come out of this pandemic, we need to be investing more in Medicare, more in primary health care, more in GPs to encourage them to move to the regions and to stay.
Thank the member for Bendigo and call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. Well, on the weekend I had the opportunity to join Premier Stephen Marshall at the inspection of the finished product of our Magill-Portrush Road intersection project, $98 million partnership between the South Australian and Australian governments. I was very proud to be there at the end because, of course, I was there at the very start. And I remember back in 2019 when we made the commitment to invest together in that project, as I say, $98 million, 50-50, to upgrade and overhaul that intersection. Portrush Road is Highway 1, so of course it's a Commonwealth freight route, and Magill Road really essentially bisects my electorate. So it's right in the heart, and of course it has an enormous amount of traffic. 65,000 cars a day go through that intersection, and it needed an overhaul, and we have delivered on that. We've got extra turning lanes off Portrush Road onto Magill Road in both directions, as well as enhanced left turn lanes in all directions, particularly from Magill to Portrush if you're travelling east. And so it did take almost 3 years from conception to finished product. The Premier and I visited there on Sunday. We've seen the new asphalt be laid, and that caused some local disruption, and I do apologise to residents for the inconvenience of the last couple of years, but particularly the last few weeks of night works. It's always a significant hindrance on people when a major highway like Portrush Road has to have restricted lane use, but I'm very confident that people are happy that the imposition was worthwhile, and that the outcome we're getting is going to deliver for local families and businesses. What it means ultimately is that people will be able to get home quicker and safer. Obviously, having large trucks move through that intersection, obviously carrying a lot of commuter traffic locally as well. Both roads are major arterial roads carrying people from our suburbs into and out of the city. In McGill Road's case, and of course Portrush Road, it takes people from the tollgate. Freight that's moving through the city goes from the tollgate right along Portrush Road and then up into the northern industrial parts of northern Adelaide and South Australia. So it's a great outcome. It reminds us of how important it is to keep investing in congestion busting in our suburbs. This is one of 3 projects that is happening in my electorate, along with the Fullerton Road Crossroad project and the Glen Osmond Road Fullerton Road project. All 3 are excellent examples of us investing in congestion busting for our suburbs, and also the productivity outcome by making sure that we're moving goods to market as quick as possible, as well as getting families to and from where they need to go as quickly as possible. Proud to see it delivered, proud that when we committed to it before the last election, coming into the next election, we can say that it is done, and it's another great example of 2 governments working together to deliver for the eastern suburbs of Adelaide.
Thank the member for Sturt. Call the member for Lilly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The end of 2021 was supposed to herald the start of the hot vax summer for my electorate of Lilly. Queenslanders had smashed our 80% vaccination target with a week to spare, restrictions had been lifted, and we were ready to celebrate. We now know, with the benefit of hindsight, that the Omicron surge delivered a fresh set of challenges, and the hot vax summer has been postponed for another 12 months. As we prepared to enter our 3rd year of this pandemic, there was a sense amongst my community that Northsiders needed a bit of morale booster to get through the Omicron surge and to kick off a fresh year. So I fired up my trusty Lilly ute full of Tim Tams and got to work. I asked my constituents to nominate someone they knew who deserved to be recognised for their work or for their good deeds during the Omicron surge. And seeing as today is Valentine's Day, I wanted to wish everyone in the chamber a happy Valentine's and spread the love and recognise a few of the very deserving Lilly nominees of the Ute Full of Tim Tams here in the Federal Parliament. Of course, the first stop for Lilly's Ute Full of Tim Tams was to our Lilly healthcare workers at the Prince Charles Hospital, who were nominated by Lilly, as it was. Our nurses, our doctors, our wardies, our cleaners and our admin staff at the Prince Charles Hospital do brilliant work even at normal times, but they have worked around the clock for 2 years straight now, testing Northsiders at the fever clinic and treating positive patients in our pop-up COVID ward. Sandra, who is a local nurse living in Boondall, was nominated by her husband, Kevin. Sandra works at a hospital in Brisbane and regularly puts up her hand to work extra shifts or to stay back to help out with the constant COVID staff shortages. And they were a very nice couple to meet too. Martin nominated his partner, Stephanie, who is a molecular scientist at a local pathology lab. Stephanie has been working day and night to tackle the flood of PCR tests at her lab, even working until after midnight on Christmas. Stephanie was not even there when we went to drop off the Tim Tams. She was at work, but I was very glad to meet Martin and their dog instead. James nominated Joy from Friendly Care Pharmacy, who is just across the road from my electorate office in Nunda. Joy put together a survival kit for James when he was struck down with COVID and organised for a contactless delivery for him. Marie nominated Kevin for his voluntary work at the pop-up clinic at Doomben Racecourse. Without volunteers like Kevin putting up their hand to help out, we would not be at 90% vaccination rates in Queensland as we are now. And Sandra, Stephanie, Joy and Kevin are just a handful of the people who have received a packet of Tim Tams from me this summer and who are healthcare workers who have gone above and beyond their call of duty to help us get through the Omicron surge. I thank them and everybody who has helped out for all of their work this summer.
I thank the member for Lilly and call the member for Browra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to acknowledge the 15 Order of Australia recipients from the electorate of Browra. Former RFS Commissioner Shane Fitzsimmons is a hero to so many people. He was honoured with an Officer of the Order of Australia for his work in leading the RFS during the Black Summer bushfires of 2019-2020, when 6% of New South Wales, or around 5.5 million hectares of land, was burned. His leadership brought calm at a time of great crisis. Justice Gary Watts has been appointed a member of the Order of Australia. Justice Watts was one of the leading practitioners of family law in Australia before his appointment in 2005, and since 2018 he's served on the Appeals Division of the Family Court. Group Captain James Badgery was made a member of the Order of Australia for exceptional service to the Australian Defence Force in aerospace capability development. Mr Kazi Ali, who's dedicated his life to serving the Muslim community and managing death and burial issues, was also recognised for his service to the Islamic community with the Medal of the Order. Another OAM recipient is Lorna Clayton, a resident of Living Choice Retirement Village in Glenhaven. Just after settling into her new home, Lorna set up a writing group. Lorna did a letterbox drop in the village and asked people if they were interested, and managed to get a handful of people involved to give talks about things they'd written. The writing group still meets once a month and has spurned the Retirement Village's annual Writers' Festival. Kay DeLuca and her late husband Tony were also honoured for their service to motoring clubs. Mrs DeLuca served as the Treasurer and a committee member of the Council of Motor Clubs for 12 years and is also Secretary-Treasurer of the BMC Leyland Australia Heritage Group, which was founded by her husband. Also honoured with an OAM was Beverly Garside, who was diagnosed with 2 autoimmune diseases in the mid-1980s. Following an operation, Beverly put her hand up for the Thyroid Foundation's committee nominations and was soon appointed President in 1999. Beverly also raises awareness in the community about thyroid disorders and how people can best detect symptoms and changes to their thyroid. The late Lionel Smith was recognised for his service to firefighting. Lionel was a long-serving fire control officer in the Hills District. He gave over 75 years of service to New South Wales firefighting organisations, with his first firefighting experience at age 15. Other OAM recipients include Bastian van Dongen from Cherrybrook for his service to the Dutch community, Professor Elizabeth McCusker with an OAM for her service to medicine as a neurologist, particularly in the field of Huntington's disease, Mr Bruce Woodford Thornley for his long service to cricket in our district, Ms Susan Day from Cheltenham for her service to the community through a range of organisations, especially in the Beecroft community. Margaret Skews was awarded a Public Service Medal for long and varied successful career in the New South Wales Public Service. And Peter Jacobs was awarded an Australian Fire Service Medal for his outstanding work over 36 years to the RFS and Fire and Rescue New South Wales. I want to wish congratulations to all the recipients and encourage people in our electorate to nominate people for the Order of Australia. It's a wonderful way to recognise Australians of all walks of life for the achievement and hard work they do for our community.
Thank you, Member for Barron. Call the member for Griffith.
Thank you so much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, today the local organisation based in my electorate of Griffith that facilitates reunions of members of the stolen generations and their families is holding an event to commemorate the 14th anniversary of the national apology given by then Prime Minister Kevin Rudd. It's an event that I try to attend every year, and I'm so sad not to be able to be there with Link Up Queensland and all of the people who are joining together to commemorate this significant day today. They're at QPAC and they're having an event in which people will be making speeches, including members of the Stolen Generations themselves, about our nation's history and also about our nation's future. So I wanted to say to those people who are gathering together at Southbank that I do wish very much that I were with you today to commemorate this really significant occasion. I want to particularly acknowledge any members of the Stolen Generations who have any connection with the former Cranbrook House, which is one of the places where people were taken and which Link Up Queensland has had a long history of addressing in terms of bringing people back together. I also want to acknowledge the CEO of Link Up, Ms Pat Thompson, AM, whom I really wish to congratulate as well as acknowledge. She had a recent, very well-deserved appointment as a member of the Order of Australia, and she'll be there today. And she'll be making sure that she continues that really serious and solemn work of bringing together and reuniting families. And I also want to acknowledge everyone else from Link Up Queensland who works so hard to bring people together, and these reunifications can sometimes be very joyful occasions, but they can also sometimes be very sad occasions, particularly the graveside reunions, which unfortunately feature all too often in the work of Link Up Queensland. And of course, Deputy Speaker, today this Parliament will be acknowledging the anniversary of the apology. Each year we remember the Bringing Them Home report, which was tabled in Federal Parliament on the 26th of May 1997 following a national inquiry commenced under the Keating government. And that report recommended that there be an apology. It really emphasised the importance of apology and acknowledgement. It said the first step in any compensation and healing for victims of gross violations of human rights must be an acknowledgement of the truth and the delivery of an apology. And that apology, Deputy Speaker, was finally given by then Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, as I said, and he made that in 2008, and as I said, it's the 14th anniversary of that this year, so I want to thank Kevin.
Thank you, Member for Griffiths. Call the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and today I wish to mark the recent passing of a larger-than-life constituent, friend, mentor, who was also a tenacious and passionate person, and his passing has left his family without a devoted and loyal husband and father. John Broadhurst is this person. His life began in a little terrace house on Stoke-on-Trent, Staffordshire in England in 1938. He remembers his childhood during the time of war, vividly recollecting spending his nights sleeping in the cellar, listening to the bombs drop on the iron and steelworks in Shelton. After leaving school, John worked in his parents' pub while attending night school, studying accountancy, and he did national service in the army, in the infantry. But eventually, Mr Deputy Speaker, he was demobbed after a year because his feet were too big and they couldn't find shoes big enough to fill them. And for many who have crossed his path over the years, I'm sure they'll still find his shoes too big to fill. His love of children encouraged him to set up youth clubs, coaching 7 to 21-year-olds on how to prepare speeches, play sport from soccer and netball to even table tennis. His work ethic was best identified through his passion for the hotel industry, in which he inherited from the love of his parents. At the age of 21, he took over a new pub of his own in Bass Worthington, which had over 1,500 homes and under private ownership, and John and his then wife became the youngest pub managers in the UK. John and his boxer dogs emigrated to Australia in 1966, working in Brisbane for a new Japanese crane manufacturing company, Kato Cranes, and he went on to become the president of the Australian Cranes Association and Equipment Distribution Manufacturers. For 12 years, John's commitment and passion led him to become the general manager of the manufacturing plant for Kato Cranes before being adopted by Coles Cranes, a British company that manufactured in Australia. John's beloved passion and talent for golf saw him devote his time at Windaroo Golf Club as the president from 1987 to 1990. Even when John decided it was time to retire at the age of 65, he volunteered in my first ever campaign and was instrumental in my success. His advice, his encouragement and his mentorship were instrumental and very important to me over the years. After the election, John was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, a version of leukaemia, and he went through chemotherapy and overcame his battle. Although John had a love of pubs, boxer dogs and cranes, it never outweighed his love for his wife Helen and his daughter Kathy. He was a great man and will be sorely missed by his community and will always be remembered. May he rest in peace.
I thank the Chief Government Whip and call the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I was so pleased to join literally hundreds of local families outside the St Kilda Town Hall just a couple of weeks ago before the sitting period. And we were all united to send a clear message to the City of Port Phillip: do not sell off our local childcare and childhood education centres. Do not sell off our early childhood centres. Simple. The City of Port Phillip has been on this crusade based on incorrect information provided by the council officers to say that the councillors should sell off the places because there are some upgrades that need to happen to these local centres. There are. But the advice that was given to the councillors said that the state government would only invest in upgrading these facilities if there was a minimum of 66 places, which is complete nonsense. It's complete nonsense, and it is the whole basis in which the City of Port Phillip has gone down this long and really upsetting process to sell off our incredible local childcare and childhood centres. They don't need to sell them. The state government, thanks to a really excellent letter written by the Minister for Early Childhood, Ms Ingrid Stitt, has come to the table and said to the City of Port Phillip, loud and clear, we are at the table. Do not sell off these early childhood centres. We are going to be there to support you and to support the City of Port Phillip. We understand that you can't do it on your own. There is money available, and it doesn't matter how big or small these centres are, the state government is there to help fund it, which is a absolute turning point that the City of Port Phillip should grasp and say, we're going to pause all intentions to sell, and we're going to sit down in good faith with the state government and actually work a way through the upgrades that need to happen at these centres. That's what should happen today. And instead, over the last week, the City of Port Phillip have been issuing public intention to sell notices. The Mayor attended this rally with hundreds of families. Councillors attended the rally with hundreds of families. This is something where the council isn't going to have to fix it by itself. There's a $6 million maintenance levy fund that the centres have been funding, which should be utilised in partnership with the state government. But my message to the City of Port Phillip is stop. Stop with your plan to sell off our local childcare and childhood centres. You don't need to sell it. You have a partner in the state government who is willing to, in good faith, join you. I want to thank all of the parents who have spoken up and who have led this campaign. We will keep fighting, and I would urge the City of Port Phillip to end this crusade to sell off our centres. Now is not the time to do it. They are too valuable, and we need them to continue.
Thank the member for McNamara and call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My electorate of Bonner is home to a great array of innovative businesses. In particular, the Port of Brisbane is a booming hub of Australian manufacturing success stories and local job opportunities that range from manufacturing to freight and logistics, technology innovation, maritime industries and warehouse storage. Like many across Australia, these businesses have faced challenges during the COVID pandemic, but I'm happy to say that the Port of Brisbane hub is now thriving with the help of our federal government support packages. I recently had the pleasure of hosting the Treasurer at the Yard in Hemmant, where we saw firsthand the benefits of the federal government's economic support programs. The Yard is an incredible maritime business that constructs and maintains vessels of all types and class, from tugs and barges to high-speed passenger ferries and super yachts. Julie and Nick from the Yard spoke to the Treasurer and I about the benefits of using JobKeeper, the instant asset write-off and the Export Market Development Grant. Julie told us that these programs have enabled them to keep over 400 staff employed, meaning more money in the pockets and food on the table for so many local families. Not only that, the federal government supports have allowed the Yard to plan for future and expand their operations, creating more local jobs. Another vital business in the Port of Brisbane hub is Lineage Logistics. Deputy Speaker, Lineage Logistics might not be a household name, but they have kept food on the kitchen tables right across Australia during the height of the pandemic. Lineage Logistics are experts in cold food storage and have serviced businesses like Woolworths. Recently, I was able to meet with Lineage to thank them for their work during the pandemic and tour their impressive facilities. The conversations I had with people like Jay, the operations manager from Lineage, also gave me a greater understanding of supply chain challenges and how they were able to address them into the future. Unfortunately, like many industries during COVID-19, Lineage have faced labour shortages, but thankfully they were able to partner with Oz Labour Force, who quickly filled the gap in employee shortages. Oz Labour Force are a great local business that I've recently had the pleasure of meeting in the Port of Brisbane hub, and they were able to supply skilled, reliable labour that kept Lineage operations running and food on supermarket shelves for Australian families. Oz Labour Force benefited from using our government's JobKeeper package, and they told me that they are thankful for the ongoing supports that have kept their workers employed and trucks moving across Australia. Deputy Speaker, Bonner is home to businesses with a wealth of knowledge, resources and a skilled labour force. These businesses are leaders in their fields, not only in Australia but across the globe. I'm proud to be working with and delivering for Australian businesses and keeping jobs and opportunities local.
Thank the member for Bonner and call the member for Barton.
I rise today to pay tribute to my friend Daryl Burge Lopez, who passed away last month. He had recently been in poor health, but his death at 78 was not expected. Daryl had 3 loves in his life: his family, his friends and the Labor Party. He was a long-time member of the Homedale branch of the Barton electorate. He first joined the Labor Party in Victoria in the then federal seat of Yarra, held by Jim Cairns, involving himself in many of the anti-Vietnam protests. This started his lifelong love of politics and campaigning for a just society. He, with his cousin Barbara, when admitted to hospital. Barbara and her granddaughter Chloe were very special to Daryl, and I extend my sincere condolences to each of them. I also extend my condolences for his brother Peter and his family. Daryl had many friends, but his closest friend was David Dawson. They were known as the Odd Couple by local ALP members. I think they were both Oscar Madisons, actually. Rather than playing a regular game of cards like Felix and Oscar, they met each day at a local coffee lounge and argued about nothing in particular. I'm told often extending their arguments to 2 sessions at the cafe, morning and afternoon, with a break for lunch. David, I know my office can't fill the gap left by Daryl, but you are always welcome to come and discuss any day's issues with us. Daryl was a good son, caring for his mother until her death. Each week he took her to the hairdresser, met David for coffee, and then came to my office to discuss issues before collecting his mum and going home. His last debate with my staff was over which seats Labor would win in the next election. Sadly, we cannot finish that debate. Election campaigning was Daryl's greatest motivator. He was happiest on the hustings. He had a unique style, I have to say, that often included words or calming words from the returning officer, and on the odd occasion, the police. Daryl was a bookseller and had a fantastic library which he shared with people. I want to thank Daryl for his lifelong devotion to the Labor Party and for his friendship and for his support of Labor in Barton. Thank you, Daryl, for our memories of a true Labor stalwart. You will be very sadly missed.
Thank the member for Barton. Call the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And sometimes there are moments that give you an enormous sense of privilege and honour and deep gratitude to be serving as the member for Robertson. And in doing so, I actually want to pay tribute to my colleague on the other side of the chamber, the member for Burnie. I had the absolute privilege of going this weekend to visit the Glen for Women in Yarramalong. It's due to open in late April. There will be 20 beds. It is one of the most extraordinary, most beautiful places that you will ever visit. The tranquility, the beauty, the care, the thoughtfulness of every single aspect of the design is something we can all be incredibly proud of. But this is something that has been a long-held dream for so many people here on the Central Coast, and particularly the incredible community at the Glen for Men, led by Joe Coyte, but surrounded by an incredible community, every single one of them determined to never leave another person behind. And in saying this, I just want to pay tribute to some incredible female voices in that community. Auntie Cheryl, Auntie Coral and Auntie Jan, who were absolutely determined to see the success of the Glen for Men replicated in a centre that we are now seeing become a reality, due to open in late April, thanks to a $9 million investment from the federal government, but actually driven by determination, passion and a vision of this incredible community and these women who were determined to make sure that their daughters and their granddaughters would not be left behind, and that the experiences of the past, the challenges of the past, would not be the challenges of the future. And Deputy Speaker, I had the incredible privilege to be able to bring the Minister for Indigenous Australians, the Honourable Ken Wyatt, to visit the Glen for Women at Yarramalong. And we also had the opportunity, of course, to meet with the Darkinjung Aboriginal Land Council and the Naysda Dance College at Carryong. But this commitment, this investment, this incredible centre of hope that is more than just about beds and a program around drug and alcohol rehabilitation that is culturally appropriate. This is about a heart, a community, a family, a determination to make sure that we have a better future tomorrow than what we have today for all Australians. And I pay tribute to all of those at the Glen, including Glenn Coyte, Kylie and the incredible team that is being involved with their heart, their soul, their mind, their strength in planning every single detail of what I know is going to be a legacy for generations to come.
I thank the member for Robertson. According to Standing Order 193, the time for member statements has concluded. The clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 1, motion on the aged care sector.
The member for Corangamon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the aged care sector in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, the Morrison government's neglect of the aged care sector and its failure to prepare and plan during the pandemic has led to residents being locked down, isolated and disorientated without enough food and water, with wounds untended and incontinence pads unchanged. This is unconscionable abuse of our elderly citizens, and it isn't caused by aged care workers or providers. It is caused by this federal government. The sector has deteriorated shockingly under the coalition government due to its serious neglect over the past 9 years. Funding cuts, inadequate staff-to-patient ratios, low wages and a casualised workforce have all led to a system buckling under intense pressure. This was happening well before the COVID-19 pandemic, but has now become a full-blown crisis. Our fathers, mothers, grandparents, aunts and uncles all deserve better in their old age. They've worked hard their entire lives, paid their taxes, volunteered in their communities and raised their families. They deserve to live out their twilight years with dignity and respect. Instead, we've heard story after story, hundreds of harrowing stories from aged care nurses, workers and family members about the extremely poor conditions our elderly folk are living in aged care. These stories are appalling and they've shocked me to my core. It is truly unacceptable. I don't want any family member of mine or yours in federally run aged care as it currently stands, severely neglected, underfunded and poorly resourced during the pandemic. It's a national disgrace. Aged care workers are trying their best to give high-quality care to residents, and I thank them for everything they do. But with little support from the government, they're frustrated, devastated. They cannot provide the high-quality care that residents deserve. Aged care workers have spoken out in desperation. Many feel they're working on the factory production line, not in an aged care environment, with only 5 minutes to shower frail residents and with responsibility to care for 20+ patients or residents at a time. It is physically and emotionally demanding work by people who are among the lowest paid workers in our economy. Staff shortages are hammering the sector. At least 25% of aged care worker shifts are not being filled. The Morrison government has announced it will bring in the ADF, an acknowledgement the system is in crisis. But how on earth are 1,700 Defence Force personnel to cover more than 140,000 shifts a week? Compounding these problems, we now know that 60% of aged care workers and at least 60,000 residents still haven't received their boosters, and aged care homes don't have enough rapid antigen tests or PPE for staff. These are vital measures for protection against the pandemic, and this government has completely failed to deliver them. There are over 10,000 active COVID cases among staff and residents currently, and more than 680 aged care residents have died with COVID since January 1 this year. That's an average of 17 residents dying every single day. This latest outbreak has forced aged care facilities around the country to lock down and confine residents to their rooms because they don't have enough racks, PPE or boosters being delivered. Many residents feel like prisoners. This is humane and unnecessary, and it should never have happened. The Prime Minister is responsible for the aged care system. He failed to listen to 21 expert reports and even to listen to the recommendation of his own Royal Commission. I call on this government to immediately provide adequate PPE and rapid antigen tests to aged care facilities, expedite the vaccine booster program for staff and residents, address the issue of staff shortages by listening to the sector and what they need. Aged care workers are heroes. They've been working on the front line during the pandemic while the aged care minister attends the cricket and the Prime Minister plays the ukulele. Across my electorate, indeed right across Australia, aged care workers are pleading with the Morrison government to step up and support them, not with a paltry and insulting payment that many won't get, but with proper planning, action and leadership from this federal government that has failed to protect our most vulnerable Australians. Thank you.
I thank the member for Corangamite. Is the motion seconded? The member for Werriwa.
I'll second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank the member for Werriwa. Question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. And thank you to member opposite for the opportunity to speak on this very important issue. As a 42-year-old, I'm in that stage of life where we go from our parents caring for us to us caring for our parents. It's a strange transition to make, and you sort of get maybe your first real view of human frailty. And I think it's important that we all are very clear and aware of the challenges that this sector faces. People in this vulnerable time of their lives do have some peculiar challenges, and it's very important that we address those and that we're very upfront with those. I was very glad to see this government call the Royal Commission. I'm very glad to see that we've wanted to address that. And on a personal level, it's incredibly important to me. My father is currently recipient of home care support. He's one of these grumpy old men for whom home care, and I'm happy to double down on that, grumpy old men whose need for home care, quite frankly, it gives him the freedom and the ability to live in his own house with some level of control, which I think is so important that we have. And I think also of the wonderful home care provided at the Nauru aged care facility in Warialda to, sadly, far too many members of my family, particularly my grandmother and my Uncle Donald, both of whom required significant care as dementia played a big role in their later years. But, Speaker, I would disagree with the member opposite's summation. The Australian government is delivering a significant once-in-a-generation change of this sector through a $17.7 billion reform package. This is already delivering more home care places, more funding for residential aged care, and it's increasing the amount of time that residents are cared for, whilst strengthening regulators to monitor and enforce the standards of care. And it's right that we do this. It's absolutely right that we meet the needs of our senior Australians now and into the future, while undertaking the urgent reforms recommended in the Aged Care Royal Commission. For there is important work for us to do in this important space. But I'm very proud to be part of a government that is facing that challenge head-on. The reforms and investments that we're already seeing are especially important in my electorate of Groom, where more than 25,000 seniors rely upon aged care services. And while home care has an important role to play, as in the case of my father, it's important we do not see it as a replacement for residential aged care, that we continue to make strides in that area as well. Ultimately, some people will require 24/7 monitoring. We need to ensure high-quality facilities are available to them, no matter where they live, that can provide that level of care and support that their families would expect. That's why I'm very proud this government has made significant investments into aged care facilities in my region to upgrade and expand their offerings. I think of Bowarraba, Aged Care Living Centre in Pittsworth. It's received a total of $2.3 million of federal funding that's assisted it to deliver a $9.1 million upgrade to its facility. I laugh. I think it's the best accommodation in Pittsworth. To go out there and see the facility is absolutely fantastic. It's a credit to the people at Bowarraba and to the amazing staff out there. This upgrade included the creation of new bed wings and the construction of a new wellness centre. The federally supported upgrades also included the construction of 2 13-bed memory support houses, which allow Bowarraba to provide dementia care in a specialised environment more commonly known as a house model. Mr Speaker, the amazing aspects of this approach is every part of the facility is designed to provide care and comfort to the residents, particularly those who are battling with dementia, from the paintings on the wall to the design of the furniture. This incredible garden space, huge living area to encourage family members to come in and be part of the experience there for the residents. It's so important that they keep those relationships alive. Another example of the government's commitment to bettering aged care in my area has been the funding provided to Blue Care in Rangeville. This was a $8.9 million investment towards an $18.4 million upgrade. It's providing a significant boost to that facility. Toowoomba is projected to have significant growth in its aged care population over the coming decade. Over 70s are growing at 3% per annum, a significant rate. And by 2036, people over 70 will make up more than 19% of the region's population. I'm glad to see us continuing to invest in this crucial sector in my area.
I thank the member for Groom. The question is, the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Werriwa.
Nearly 40 years ago, my relatively young mother had to go to a residential aged care facility with multiple sclerosis robbing her of the body that worked and leaving her bedridden. It was no longer safe for her to live at home. Her nursing home was full of wonderful, dedicated staff who cared for her and their other patients. There were several registered nurses on every shift, enrolled nurses and occupational therapists. But my sister and I still made sure we went every day to help feed her and make sure she was comfortable. Because when we helped volunteer, it meant that others were assisted more quickly, especially at meal times. But let's fast forward to now. 22 reports and the Aged Care Royal Commissioner have told us that the system is broken. Too many aged care residents are malnourished. Does the government realise what that means for our elderly? Our most vulnerable are starving. Let that sink in for a moment. In this circumstance, how can there be so little action to fix a system which is tasked to look after our aged population when they can no longer safely stay at home? These residents are people who saw through the worst of the Great Depression, world wars and financial crises. They are our beloved grandparents or parents, and the government has left them languishing, ignoring report after report until we find ourselves here in the current crisis. And they all deserve so much better. These reports have detailed solutions, yet rather than there being change for the better, the situation has just got worse, however much money is spent. The government points to how much money they've put into the system, but then why, under this government's watch, has nothing changed? There's been more than 600 deaths in aged care just this year, and it's not even the end of February. Again, aged care residents were not prioritised in the rollout of booster vaccinations. Lockdowns have been difficult for all of us, but just take a moment to consider what it's been like if you're a resident in aged care. The vaccines were slow, and there are many still have not had their booster shots. They spent countless days isolating in their rooms, probably terrified of what will happen next, personal care limited at best. Not only does this directly affect their physical and mental health, but it has robbed so many of spending their final days with their loved ones. There were comments in the media recently that you only go into aged care because you're going to die. And whilst for many, many people this isn't the case, it is, however, all the more reason to make sure that those final days, months or years are as comfortable as possible. You should not be tortured with a lack of food, stimulation, not having wounds treated properly, or not even being able to see the ones they love. I've spoken to many aged care workers over the last few years. They are dedicated, caring and do what they do because they know there is a need and they just love the residents they work with. It is certainly not for the money because they average $22 an hour and many have to work multiple jobs and split shifts just to pay the bills. But they continue to prop up the system in crisis because they have a conscience and don't want to let anyone down. Clearly, it's unreasonable to keep looking to their good nature. With 140,000 shifts in aged care not filled, the 17,000 defence personnel, although welcomed, will hardly make a dent and are not a sustainable solution. While the Prime Minister's promise of $800 payment goes some way to recognise just how much these workers have borne the brunt of the dysfunctional system and the stresses of the pandemic, it's a one-off payment, not nearly enough and not soon enough. The government must find solutions now as we enter the third year of the COVID-19 pandemic. Aged care remains in crisis. More than 12,000 aged care residents and workers are currently have COVID in more than 1,100 aged care homes. If rapid antigen tests were available and free to staff and visitors, many of these outbreaks may not have occurred. Too many aged care residents are still waiting for the COVID-19 booster dose. Aged care homes have been left with insufficient and shortages of RATs and personal protective equipment. Older Australians deserve to be treated so much better, and it's time the government did just that.
I thank the member for Werriwa. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call on Monash.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Every year since 1990 and the times I've come into this House and out of this House and into this House and back into the House, aged care has been an issue. Aged care has been an issue for all of that time. Every year, under every government, listen closely, home care packages are up, residential care places are up. Every year, aged care funding is up. When I came here, we spent $3 billion on aged care. $3 billion. Under the Howard government, it went from 3 to 9 to 11. And I remember at the close of the Howard era, I went to Mr Howard and he said, "Don't ask me for more money for aged care, Russell, you've had enough." And of course, there was never going to be enough because we had an exponential rise in older people. And the models, which I told many of the aged care sectors in my electorate, the models that we use where people went in at an earlier age and actually stayed for some 5, 8, 9, 10 years completely changed because of the home care packages. We're putting people into aged care centres at a much older age and a much more frail. Even though when you put them in, when they go in, of their free will I should say, they go in and their health and lifestyle and well-being improves dramatically and then sadly goes. Death and taxes, we all know, we're all going to die. That's why aged care has not to be somewhere you go to die. It's somewhere where you go for a really good part of the end of in your latter years. It should be an experience, a good experience. So I want to tell you, in my electorate, especially in my non-for-profits, and I heard the member for Werriwa speak most passionately about the care her mother received, and my mum received, and my dad received from aged care sector providers, and my father-in-law and my mother-in-law all passed away. But in my electorate, is there a crisis in care? No. There's a crisis, if anything, in the fact that no government, and the whole time that I've been here, has been able to keep up enough funding to make sure that everybody's getting a fair go. And you've got to have a really close look at the models. My non-for-profits they are amazing, the way they approach. And I have to say, under BAPCare, my for-profits do very well too. I've had, in my time, as a federal member for Coronella, for Macmillan and for Monash, I would have had 3 inquiries regarding difficulties that people were having in aged care, and we're able to resolve every one of them. We have amazing providers in Gippsland. Now, I may be one-off and unusual, I don't know, but I am so proud of my aged care providers and those that work for them. Have we got difficulties at the moment? We sure have. It's called COVID. It's called a pandemic. And my providers, like many others, struggle getting the right PPE, the right approach, the right masks. How do we go about this? How do we keep on engaging with our community? How many of them have been cut off from their community with the Victorian lockdown so many times? Have there been difficulties? Absolutely there's been difficulties. How have they been handled? To the best of their ability, to the best of the provider's ability. And we have worked with them closely through all of that to make sure that those people, as you said, part of our most vulnerable community, part of only, because there's so many others, but they were the ones that were specifically cared for in our community. And we've gone right out. I just don't know how they were able to work so closely with the broader community to enable them to deliver, and they're still delivering every day. There'll always be more money needed in aged care. We will always take this as a very important part of what governments do, and we will be judged one day on our ability to provide the services for our older Australians. They deserve that respect and they deserve that encouragement.
Thank the member for Monash. Question is the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Fenner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 2 words sum up the challenge of aged care: neglect and respect. Neglect is the title of the Royal Commission's interim report, which found widespread failures in the aged care system under the Morrison government. Respect is what aged care workers have not seen from this government. A government which is constantly attacking workers, never more so when it comes to their attitude to aged care workers. And I commend the member for Corangamite for bringing on this critical motion at this vital time. Here in Canberra, Nicole Butler was reported in the Canberra Times as having been unable to visit her mother, a resident at Warrigal Stirling, for nearly a month because of the COVID outbreak. She said, quote, "Sometimes she's not showered or she hasn't been changed on a regular basis. And so when I'm in there, I have to do those things. I have to take care of her because the staff are run off their feet." And that story is so common, Deputy Speaker, in so many aged care centres across Australia. This isn't a crisis that has suddenly snuck up upon us, even in the pre-COVID era. Alex Reid said of his mother Nancy, who had worked alongside Edward Weary Dunlop to care for returned soldiers after World War II, that he had to supply incontinence pads because there weren't enough available in the aged care centre. And when he looked at her oxygen, he realised it hadn't been connected properly. And he, as a trained scuba diving instructor, was then asked to do training for the aged care staff in that centre. He was happy to do it, but he shouldn't have had to. That training should have been there. In the recent Omicron wave, all residential aged care facilities in Canberra have registered COVID cases. And there have been 6 deaths recorded. The ACT Public Health Team and Canberra Health Services have responded remarkably well to those pressures. But they have been dealing with a situation that has been made worse by the neglect of the Morrison government, by the failure of the vaccine rollout, by the failure of the booster rollout. We know that there are 80,000 residents awaiting their booster, and that if more had been boosted, we might not have seen more than 400 deaths in January. The lack of access to rapid antigen tests impacted aged care because it made it so much more difficult for visitors to check their COVID status before they visited. Workers in the aged care sector have described it as a war zone. And what does the minister do? He goes to the cricket for 3 days. This is a minister who follows in the footsteps of Bronwyn Bishop, who had to step down as aged care minister in 2002 over the kerosene bath scandal. So while the member opposite pretends that aged care has been an issue the Coalition has always stood for, in the end he admits that John Howard said he didn't want to put any more money into the sector. That is the attitude of the Liberals when it comes to aged care. We need to clear the home care package waiting list. We've had over recent years tens of thousands of people die while waiting for a home care package. We need better workforce conditions, better wages for staff and better training for staff in the aged care sector. The Productivity Commission found that the average wait for a home care package was 28 months. And the government's marginal increase in the number of packages fell massively short of what was required. We have aged care staff who are living in poverty because of the wages they are receiving are less than they might receive for stacking shelves in retail, worthy as that job is. We have reports of physical abuse, of neglect, of malnutrition rampant through aged care sectors, through the aged care sector. And we have, as a result of the Omicron wave, an impact on the sector which is worse than they have ever seen before. This is a sector in crisis, and it needs more than short-term, stopgap attempted solutions from the Morrison government. Yes, it is important to call on the Australian Defence Force to do what they can to assist, but let's not pretend that is a sustainable, ongoing solution to the systematic problems in aged care. They must be fixed, and the only way they will be fixed is under an Albanese Labor government.
Thank the member for Fenner. The question is a motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And the truth is, for all their bluster across the chamber, that the challenges that continue in the aged care sector predate the Liberal National Government. It was the Labor government of the day who underfunded and facilitated the dismantling of Australia's aged care system and put the care of our respected senior Australians at risk to start with. The Prime Minister put a spotlight on the entire aged care system, recognising the deep structural changes needed to reform and return Australia's aged care system to a world-class leading senior support and care sector. We listened to the experiences of Australians who gave evidence to the Royal Commission into aged care quality and safety, and we are taking decisive action to implement the recommendations with the reforms to deliver vital services, improved quality care and viability in aged care. Now, the Morrison government is making significant reforms that are paramount to the structural integrity of the aged care sector, including those announced throughout the Royal Commission's inquiry, COVID-19 pandemic, and in the immediate response to the release of the final report. The Morrison government's principles to reforming this aged care sector are made up of three key pillars, Deputy Speaker. We've heard respect, care and dignity. Without these principles and Liberal values, our aged care system is at risk of returning to old habits left by previous Labor governments. The final report makes 148 recommendations, 123 joint recommendations, 18 additional recommendations by Commissioner Briggs and 7 additional recommendations by the Commissioner. Of these, the government has accepted 127 of the recommendations and supported an alternative approach to 4 recommendations where Commissioners had differing views. 12 recommendations require further consideration and another 6 recommendations to raise taxes and fees for senior Australians and their families were rejected. It's important to note, Deputy Speaker, that Labor criticised the government for not accepting the recommendations that would have posed a major financial burden on the consumer, our senior Australians. Through our $17.7 billion aged care reform package, the Australian government is focused directly on delivering a once-in-a-generation change. The government is investing record funding across the aged care system, over the forward estimates from $13.3 billion in 2012-13 under Labor, growing to $26 billion in 21-22. Significant growth. Funding for aged care will grow to an estimated $32.8 billion in 24-25, and residential care funding in 21-22 is $15 billion, up from $9.2 billion in 12-13, and it's estimated in 24-25 that this will grow to over $19.5 billion. Aged care homes are often a last resort for senior Australians who can no longer support themselves independently. And that's why the Morrison government is providing senior Australians with support to live in their homes for longer. New home care packages have increased from 60,308 under those opposite in 2012-13 to 275,597 in 24-25, an increase of 357%. Silence from the other side of the chamber. Over the same period, funding will increase by 518% due to growth in high-level packages. As February 8, the Morrison government has dispatched over 117 million rapid antigen testing kits and continues to maintain commitment and supply, dispatching to pharmacies across the country and into the hands of Australians, especially those who are most vulnerable to the effects of this virus. Collectively, amendments form the second step in the government's 5-year reform agenda through the 5 reform key pillars, which are home care, residential aged care services and sustainability, residential aged care quality and safety, workforce and 5th, governance. Competent and effective governance provides the basis on which the aged care sector delivers its services. The Morrison government has strengthened legislative arrangements to improve the governance of approved providers. And these amendments align with Royal Commission recommendations 88 to 90, which note that good provider governance arrangements result in high-quality care for consumers. All of this will improve the financial resilience of the industry, improve service continuity and allow the government to identify at-risk providers sooner than later. I'm proud that we're fixing the problems in the aged care sector without raising taxes and fees. And as long as the Liberal National Coalition is in government, we'll continue to be dedicated to working for all Australians, for you, for your mum and dad and for your grandmother and your grandfather.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for McNamara.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak on this incredibly important motion put forward by my friend and colleague, the member for Corangamite, who has a deep connection and fight for the aged care residents in her electorate and the many families who rely on our aged care sector, and I want to thank her for putting forward this motion and all of her work in that sector. I want to start by saying thank you. I want to say thank you to the staff in our aged care sector who are working around the clock to look after some of the most vulnerable and some of the most important Australians that we've got. And I also want to say thank you to the staff who are looking after my grandparents. I am deeply grateful, not just for the care and for the effort that they put into supporting my grandparents, but for their professionalism and for their skill and for their commitment to producing high-quality care for people that I love, and for not just for them, but for all of their fellow aged care residents as well. And as we all know, our aged care staff don't have many choices, unlike this government. You know, our aged care staff don't have the choice to go to the cricket instead of turning up to work. Our aged care staff don't have the choice to just take 3 days off and head down and watch Mitchell Starc bowl a few balls. That's just not a choice that are available for our aged care staff. Our aged care staff don't have the choice to, instead of turning up for work, doing ridiculous TV appearances playing the ukulele. It's kind of absurd and it's sort of silly, but that's not a choice that our aged care staff have. They have to turn up to work in conditions that are extremely challenging, in conditions that are where they are constantly in need of extra support and in need of extra resources. Our aged care staff don't have the choice to just lay down tools. They have to work their guts out in order to support the people in our aged care homes. And I just want to say thank you to all of them for all of their effort. And what they need is not just thanks, they also need a pay rise, a significant pay rise, and it would be really a profound gesture of support if the federal government, instead of telling everyone in the aged care sector how good they've got it, if they actually supported our aged care workers in the Fair Work Commission in their case for a permanent pay rise, not just some election cash splashes like what this government is very fond of, but actually actually a recognition that the work that they do is important, it's high-skilled work, that to deliver high-quality aged care is something fundamental that we respect and hold dear as Australians, that to look after our older Australians, people who have given this country everything, at the very least is met with a level of care and support that is worthy of each and every human being. But instead the government will often just cite facts and figures and macro figures about how much they're spending and record spending in the sector, and we sent this many masks and this much PPE and 70,000 hours of shifts, and all sort of high-level figures that have been put together by some operators in various ministers' office. But what they haven't done is actually address the issues in the sector. It's all very good and well to send X many masks into aged care. That's good. Of course it's good. Right? Of course it's good. But it's not fixing the problems in the sector. What we have is chronic staff shortages. We have staff who are paid less than many of those who work in our supermarkets are stacking shelves. Now, our supermarket workers have been heroic throughout this campaign and throughout this pandemic, and this is not in any way a reflection on them. It's a reflection on saying we need to value our workers properly in this country, and our aged care workers at the moment are some of the most undervalued and underpaid workers due to the attitudes of this government. So I don't want to hear facts and figures from the Minister for Health and the Minister for Aged Care. I mean, the Minister for Aged Care hasn't been able to actually provide accurate facts and figures throughout this whole thing, but putting that aside, we don't want to hear facts about what record spending this government's doing, because it's rubbish. What we want to see is action that actually addresses the chronic staff shortages, the huge waiting lists in home care, the neglect that has been given to some of our most important Australians. We need change, and it starts with this government.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for a later hour. The Clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 2, motion on the 50th anniversary of the diplomatic relationship with Poland.
And I give the call to member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the 50th anniversary of the diplomatic relationship with Poland in terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
The member for Mackellar.
Thank you. In 1972, diplomatic relations between Australia and Poland began. While today I rise to celebrate 50 years of formal relations, we must also recognise that the strong partnership between our countries we enjoy today was born many decades earlier. Today I am honoured to acknowledge the long history of Polish settlement down under. Tales of Poles settling in Australia and contributing to our nation's development date back to the early days of the 19th century. For as long as there has been an Australia, there has been Polish Australians. The partnership between our two nations has been made stronger by our shared ideals. At the siege of Tobruk during World War II, Australian and Polish forces fought side by side. In the aftermath of World War II, thousands of Poles fleeing that dark era in our history, Deputy Speaker, when nations fell into the darkness of communism oppression, migrated to Australia. Among them were my grandfather, my grandmother and my father. These were people who sought refuge in Australia, dreaming of hope and opportunities their new home would offer. Decades on, Australia and Poland's relationship remains stronger than it's ever been. Polish Australians have made and continue to make significant contributions to all aspects of Australian society, from sharing their diverse culture to their vital role in our nation's economic success and innovation. The Polish community in Australia today are dedicated to preserving our history and promoting Polish-Australian cultural ties through the work of numerous community clubs and groups across our nation. Polish Australians strive to enrich the lives of those around us by both acknowledging our heritage and appreciating our new home. Members of the Polish community should be proud of all we have accomplished and contributed to Australia. The presence of an Australian embassy in Warsaw is central to our bilateral relationship. The Embassy offers significant support to Australians visiting and living in Poland. The Embassy never fails to promote the spirit of Australia in Poland. Between 2015 and 2019, total merchandise trade between Australia and Poland grew by 11%. In 2019, Australian investment into Poland reached $1.2 billion, and Australians enjoyed nearly $2 billion worth of merchandise imports from Poland. In terms of exports, Poland continues to seek Australian resources and services to support its growing economy. Both nations benefit from our strong bilateral, academic and business relationships. I'm proud to be part of a government that remains cognizant of the benefit of free trade and accordingly continuously seeks opportunities to promote Australian business abroad. I commend the work of the Australian Embassy in promoting Australian trade and investment interests in Poland and the numerous Australian companies that already operate in Poland. Further to our cultural and economic support of each other, Poland and Australia are true friends. Both nations have proven their commitment to our relationship time and time again through numerous formal agreements and gestures of goodwill. For example, in 2012, the Australian government donated $500,000 to support the preservation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau Memorial Site. And of course, Frank Lowy, an Australian businessman, was instrumental, he and his family, in preserving that site. So we will never forget the atrocities that can occur when we turn and look away. While following the Black Summer bushfires, the Kosciuszko National Park, which I have absolutely mispronounced, Madam Deputy Chair, received generous donations from Poland. They of course would call it the Koczeszki National Park. With Australia's borders reopening, I look forward to welcoming many Polish visitors back. Deputy Chair, the other thing that I want to mention is that a dark period in our history was the totalitarian state that took over Poland. This is a proud nation. For hundreds of years it didn't exist except in the hearts and spirit of those members of Poland. But when freedom came, it first came to Poland through Lech Walesa and the boatyards of Poland. Millions of people were set free.
The member's time has expired. Is the motion seconded?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Moved by the member for McKellar.
Thank the member for Cooper and give the call to member for Cooper.
Thank you. Polish Australians have made a great contribution to this country over the last 50 years and way back further, prior to formal diplomatic relations between our two countries. Following the atrocities of the Second World War, Australia received an influx of Polish refugees. The Polish-born population increased from 6,500 to more than 56,000 people between the years of 1957 and 1966. Most arrived from war-torn Europe, though some came from various theatres of battle, having fought with Australians throughout the war, such as in Tobruk. Many brought with them memories of the horrors of the war, some from concentration camps, others from various fronts. And though they were grateful to find a welcoming home, it was the new Polish-Australian community which got them through these horrors and helped them to settle into their new homes. This lasting connection with their homeland has meant a thriving diaspora community exists in Australia, with a significant presence through community groups as well as sporting clubs. These are particularly prevalent in my home city of Melbourne, which has the largest Polish-Australian population in the country. That Polish-Australian community has, of course, blessed us with people like Dr. Karl, Magda Zabanski, the member for McKellar, and, of course, the terrific Premier of Queensland, Anastasia Palaszczuk. Today, though, I want to tell the story of one Pole in particular who is not as well known. His name is Sławomir, or Stan, Lasek. Stan was born in Warsaw in 1926 and was barely a teenager when Poland was invaded in 1939. Like so many young Poles, Stan was unable to complete his education, and he took up arms and joined the Polish resistance, fighting mainly in the mountains in Poland's south. He was caught by the Germans and arrested, but managed to escape and rose through the ranks, fighting proudly in defence of his country. Stan Lasek lost his father in the war and many other family members, some in the deadly concentration camps established by the German regime. When the war came to an end in 1945, Stan decided to flee Poland, which came under the control of Russia, and he started a new life in England, where he married Barbara and where they had 4 sons. In the late 1960s, Stan and Barbara made what they described as the best decision of their life, emigrating to Australia. The family settled in Wollongong, where Stan worked at the Port Kembla Steelworks. He coached junior soccer, and Stan was without doubt one of the biggest supporters of the Socceroos as they created history by qualifying for the World Cup finals for the first time in 1974. Stan, Barbara and the boys didn't hesitate in becoming naturalised Australian citizens in the early 70s. And in 1975, Stan and Barbara joined tens of thousands of others outraged by the dismissal of Prime Minister Gough Whitlam, taking to the streets in protest. Stan loved Australia's landscape, such a far cry from the dense forests of his native Poland. And in 1988, having moved to the bush, he was named the Galar-Gambone Citizen of the Year for his amazing tree planting efforts, trying to green one of the driest parts of our continent. In his later years, Stan travelled to Canberra to receive his long overdue wartime medals from the Polish ambassador. What made Stan even prouder, though, was receiving Poland's highest military medal posthumously on behalf of his late father, Antonio, who was recognised as a national hero by those who fought with him in World War II. Stan Leszek, like so many, was a proud Pole. He had risked his life for his birthplace, but like so many of his fellow compatriots, it is Australia that made him happiest. Stan would have turned 96 last week, and while sadly he's no longer with us, his memory and his legacy continue to live on through his 4 proud boys. Stan is a terrific example of the contributions of our Polish-Australian community and the values that form the basis of the relationship between those 2 peoples. And it is these shared values that must underpin this relationship for years to come. In recent times, Poland and the European Union have been in a bitter feud over a wide array of issues. These include efforts to marginalise its LGBTIQ community, its assertion that Polish law is paramount to EU law, its reluctance to phase out fossil fuels in line with Europe's ambitious climate policy, and a move away from the independence of its judiciary. On this 50-year anniversary of diplomatic ties, we are reminded of Australia's responsibility to engage with allies like Poland on issues such as these, and to assert the importance of these issues as core to our relationship.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on this important private member's bill motion by the member for Mackellar, and commend him for his fine words, and commend also the member for Cooper. And Stan Leszek's is a story that is so typical, not just of Poles, but of so many countries all around the world. It's a fabulous migrant story, and thank you for sharing it with the House. Poland is a good friend of Australia, Madam Deputy Speaker, and indeed, as the member for Mackellar has indicated with this motion, our friendship extends beyond the half-century of formal years of diplomatic relations. Our ties with this small country, which measures only about 4% the size of Australia, are in fact far greater and far longer than just that. Our ties, of course, stretch back to World War II, as the member for Mackellar indicated, in the trenches of Europe, defending Allied territory against Adolf Hitler in the protection of freedom, with our troops, our diggers, our men, our women as well, making sure that they did what they could to prevent the spread of totalitarianism and indeed later on communism. Our troops fought alongside Poles in the siege of Tobruk in 1941, and a number of Australian aircrews flew in support of the Warsaw Uprising in 1944. And more recently, in August 2021, the Australian government, working with our friends in Poland, was able to strike a deal to secure more than 1 million Pfizer COVID-19 vaccines to help support our vaccination campaign and the outbreak last year, of course, in Sydney. Our vaccination campaign, which has been one of the most successful in the world, I might add. We are grateful to our Polish friends, our many, many Polish friends, for this assistance, and at one of the most serious times of the pandemic here in Australia. Closer to home and highlighting a connection of the Riverina, my electorate, and the Central West to Poland, I'm proud that the town of Cowra, known for being home to Australia's Peace Bell, holds an annual festival each year known as the Festival of International Understanding. This festival highlights the customs and traditions of a different country each year, and in 2006, Poland was the feature country. Regrettably, I was not the local MP at the time. Cowra was then in Hume, but from all accounts there was plenty of traditional dancing, Polish cuisine such as pierogi, potatoes, sauerkraut, pickled cucumbers and plenty, I'm told, of vodka. Turning to trade, Poland is a growing market for Australia. Between 2015 and 19, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade reported that two-way trade between our two nations experienced growth of 11.2% per annum, valued at nearly $20 billion. That's a lot of money. Our major exports to Poland include coal, ores and other concentrates. The Riverina and Central West is home to a number of mines, not coal mines, but gold and copper mines, with CMOC North Parkes Mining Parks and Evolution Mining at Lake Cowal near West Wyalong. I trust and hope that some of the exceptional minerals that are extracted from the ground there make their way to Poland. In 2018, Australia was proud to host a visit of the President of Poland, and just as we were pleased to welcome His Excellency Mr Andrzej Duda, in just the same way he welcomed the President, we usually, when we're not in the middle of a pandemic, welcome thousands of Polish visitors to our shores. And when those borders are lifted, I'm sure they're going to be flocking back to work, to visit, to play, to catch up, of course, with relatives. Up until June 2020, we welcomed about 17,400 tourists to Australia, almost 500 working holiday makers, and that shows the great relationship between Australia and Poland. With the borders reopening very soon, I encourage more Polish tourists to come back and consider visiting my electorate, from Warsaw to Wagga Wagga, and indeed they will certainly be very, very welcome, and they can come and they can pick cherries at Young, they can help out wherever they can as a farm hand or in any of our other great industries throughout the electorate, and perhaps they may even make lifelong memories. And today being St Valentine's Day, maybe they might even come to Australia and fall in love, not just with the place, but indeed with some Australian here, and further strengthening the strong ties that Australia and Poland indeed have enjoyed for 50 years, and may this association continue for many more years to come.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Newcastle and extend my own happy Valentine's Day to everybody in the spirit of the member for Riverina. The member for Newcastle has the call.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's with great pleasure that I rise to speak on this motion before the House today, because this Sunday, the 20th of February 2022, marks the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Australia and Poland. This is indeed a significant milestone which underlines the very strong partnership between our nations. It's an important occasion that is most certainly worth recognising and celebrating in the Australian Parliament today. The contribution of the Polish community to Australia's social, cultural and economic life is immense. And it's estimated that some over 200,000 Australians have Polish ancestry, and as well as celebrating this important milestone, I want to take some time today to acknowledge the enormous contribution of Poles to my community of Newcastle. And it's certainly one of the largest group of migrants to come to Newcastle as part of the post-war wave of migration were the Polish people, and they have changed our city for the better in so many ways. There was the very first intake of displaced peoples from the post-war Europe arrived in the Hunter, in Newcastle, in the Hunter region, via the Port of Newcastle back in 1949. And up until 1960, there was a migrant camp established in a town called Greta in the Hunter that became home to more than 100,000 people, representing some 18 different nations from war-ravaged Europe that were passing through that camp. But the Polish community were indeed amongst that group of 18 nations. Around 10,000 babies were actually born in the Greta migrant camp during its lifespan. And while there's nothing really left of that camp anymore, there are exceptional strong memories when you talk to members of the Polish community in Newcastle of that place. It was a city unto itself. It had its own water and sewage and a hospital and a transport division, buses, ambulances, the whole works, cinemas. People have very fond memories of all sorts of activities that they were organising at the time. And men from the migrant camp in Greta were sent all around the place to go to work, and many of those men, in fact, came into Mayfield in my electorate to stay at a hostel that was very close to the BHP Steelworks, where many of those men were sent to work. And whilst that old Mayfield hostel in Mayfield West is off limits now, the building has survived all these years. One of the men who arrived in Newcastle in 1949 and grew up at the Greta camp was the late John Gephardt, and I really want to pay tribute to his enormous contribution both to the local Polish community but as the founder of the Ethnic Communities Council in our region that has become the Hunter Multicultural Communities. John Gephardt's daughter is now the CEO of that organisation, but he really spearheaded a dedicated sort of focus on delivering adequate services, supporting refugees settling in the region, and fought really hard on issues of education, aged care services and community development. I also want to take some time to acknowledge Victor Lupish, another Novocastrian who arrived on one of those first ships coming into Newcastle in 1949, a life member of the Hunter Multicultural Communities, and played a vital role in ensuring the Greta Migrants Camp is a rich part of our history. There are so many people who are currently serving on the executive of the Polish community in Newcastle that I would like to acknowledge. I'm not going to have time to name them all today, but the former President Janina Sulkowski has been an extraordinary influence in our region, as is the current President Marek Beretz and their time. The community still runs a fabulous Polish school, and that's an important part in our community. But it would be remiss of me, I was fortunate to meet with the Polish ambassador last year to talk about this milestone occasion, and whilst we're all focused on this today, I think there is also great concern about what's happening in Poland's neighbour of Ukraine now. And I would just like to say, whilst we stand in solidarity with the Australian-Ukraine community at this difficult time, Australia should be looking to support Poland in its efforts to build resilience and civil society in Ukraine and support in every way we can.
Time has expired. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3, motion on COVID-19.
The member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I move the motion related to COVID-19 in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
The member for Macarthur.
We're now well over 2 years into the pandemic. By the government's own rhetoric, by now we ought to be able to live in a world that is COVID normal, having left our caves and embracing the new world. Unfortunately, this is far from the truth. Certainly, it is clear to me that a pattern of behaviour has emerged during the pandemic that has harmed our response and harmed our progress. The reality outside of these walls in my own community in Macarthur and in electorates around the country is nothing short of normal. We have a Prime Minister who, at the beginning of the pandemic, was off to the footy, who couldn't manage the vaccine rollout and put some of our most vulnerable, particularly in aged care, but also other vulnerable people, at very high risk. We had huge queues for testing. We had a lack of response to our staffing levels in our aged care environment, in our hospitals and around the country. We had a Prime Minister who, in spite of being requested to make sure we had supplies of rapid antigen tests available, did nothing of the sort, really ignored the problem, and it was too little, too late. So a pattern of behaviour has emerged from this government and this Prime Minister that has harmed our response, has harmed our economy and has put those most vulnerable at risk. We have the aged care disaster, where many very vulnerable people have lost their lives, yet we had a minister who was off to the cricket and a Prime Minister who didn't see it as a crisis until far, far too late. Unfortunately, there is a systemic problem here, and it will not be addressed by reading out shopping lists from the Health Minister, by complaining about the states, but doing nothing to fix the problem. Now, people are unsure. They're very worried about what is happening, yet we still have a government that reacts too little, too late. The Prime Minister would have everyone believe that everything's going well, and that's his perspective from Kirribilli House. But it's not the perspective that we see in my electorate. There are still supply chain issues, shortages of suppliers, limits to even simple things like aspirin. If you go to the supermarket now, there are control limits on how much aspirin you can buy because of shortages. It's true for more sophisticated medications. Tocilizumab, which has led our response for those with severe COVID, but is also used for severe rheumatoid arthritis, is in very short supply, and its use is being limited because of the lack of supply. The government has mismanaged the pandemic. They've called the shots wrong. They blame other people, and issues in supply chains are affecting us around the country. Let us consider rapid antigen tests. It is absolutely ridiculous that we don't use rapid antigen tests in this parliament. Every other parliament around the country is using rapid antigen tests to screen people coming into Parliament House, yet we are doing nothing of the sort. I've written to the Speaker and the President of the Senate about this. It is ridiculous that we're still relying on temperature testing for people coming into this parliament. We know that temperature testing is a very poor tool. The majority of people, particularly young people in particular, who catch COVID do not have a fever, and yet we're relying this at screening in Parliament House. It is apparent to me very early on, and I'd written to the Prime Minister, that rapid antigen tests could play a very important role in ongoing management of the pandemic, not just in Parliament, but also in schools, in major businesses, in sporting events, in functions around the country where we could reduce the restrictions if we use rapid antigen tests. Nothing has happened. Months after rapid antigen tests have become normalised in other countries, the government's failed to secure adequate supplies for our population. Residents of Macarthur in my electorate face great difficulty even now in getting RAT tests, and they're in fact at times unable to get them at all. This is a direct result of the Prime Minister's failures and the failures of the coalition government to adequately manage the pandemic. From the word go, from the off to the footy, there's no problem, to I don't hold a hose, to now I don't hold a rat, is this response from the Prime Minister. Aged care is a disaster, then the government has had no systemic response to fix the problems. The coalition has been abrogating its responsibilities to the most vulnerable, and they should be damned for that. Thank you.
Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion to preserve our rights.
Thank the member. So the question before the chair is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And whilst I have great admiration and respect for the member for Macarthur, I disagree with him most earnestly on the motion he has put before the House. Australia is ranked second in the world for pandemic preparedness, according to the Johns Hopkins Index. And when you look at the Johns Hopkins Index, the additional findings for that particular piece of work include that most countries, including high-income nations, have not made dedicated financial investments in strengthening epidemic or pandemic preparedness. Australia has. Most countries saw little or no improvement, according to the index, in maintaining a robust, capable and accessible health system for outbreak detection and response. We have. Political and security risks have increased in nearly all countries, acknowledge that, and those with the fewest resources have the highest risk and greatest preparedness gaps. Well, we're certainly addressing those issues, and of course national security is of the utmost importance. Protection of our people is always number one. The index found that countries are continuing to neglect the preparedness needs of vulnerable populations, exacerbating the impact of health security emergencies. Well, we certainly haven't fallen into that trap, and quite to the contrary. The work that we did with our First Nations people, both through the Minister for Indigenous Australians and the Shadow Minister, has been exceptional. The index found that countries are not prepared to prevent globally catastrophic biological events that could cause damage on a larger scale than COVID-19. And again, Australia does not fall into that category. The work that we have done through the National Cabinet process as well has been exemplary. And with the first point about dedicating financial investments, according to John Hopkins, 1.1 million jobs have been created since the pandemic hit. 1.1 million jobs. 11.5 million Australians are benefiting through tax relief because of the policies that this government has put in place. More than 95% of Australians are protected with vaccines. I wish there were many more. I wish that was 100%, and I'm sure Dr Freelander does as well. And for those Australians, and they're allowed to do it, but those Australians who were protesting in Canberra over the weekend and for many days before, they should all go out and get a jab. Get 2 jabs. Get 3 jabs. Get that booster shot. Protect themselves and their families and their loved ones and their associates, and perhaps just as importantly for those strangers, they will never ever know who they are, their identities. Protect them as well. All well and good to go and protest and carry on, and I appreciate that they weren't just all anti-vaxxers. And to that point, and I'm sure Dr Freelander will agree, some of our colleagues who are promoting that sort of stuff should take a good long hard look at themselves. Seriously. Seriously. Those colleagues who go out and, for the sake of a political photo op or some sort of opportunity to get more likes on their social media, to go and address those crowds and to whip up a maelstrom of malcontent, well, I think that's very, very sad. During the first week of this year, I had the opportunity, and I was so pleased that I did it, to work with a leading Perth diagnostics firm to arrange 32.6 million rapid antigen test kits to come into Australia via 46 charter flights. I thank Qantas for the work that they did in that regard, right up to the top, right up to CEO Alan Joyce. They went out of their way to make sure that those RAT kits came into Australia. More than 94 million telehealth consultations through Medicare to 16 million patients have been put in place. I appreciate this was also not just a COVID response, but it's one of the many things that we are doing to address those health issues, some of which have been exacerbated by the pandemic. 857 new medicines listing on the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme since 2019. Again, it shows that this government is getting on with the job of addressing all the health issues, not just COVID. And 1,400 additional nurse placements for the regions. So important. I come from regional Australia, and I appreciate that what has been done in the COVID response by good, ordinary, everyday country Australians, and I thank them. I thank them for doing, all Australians, what they've done to resist COVID.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to Member for Lilley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Riverina for his forbearance for us, the commotion on our side of the House. Deputy Speaker, in November last year, the Prime Minister announced his desire to get out of people's lives. Now, the Prime Minister isn't known for following through on his promises to Australians, but I must hand it to him. On this case, he really delivered. Over the following months, as the Omicron surge swept through the country, the Morrison government was a government in name only. During the most difficult time of this pandemic in Australia, the Prime Minister went absent once again. National supply chains collapsed, supermarket shelves were empty. In my electorate of Lilley, people were lining up in their cars before dawn at the Boondall Entertainment Centre for a PCR test from 4 a.m. They drove from chemist to chemist in vain, looking for RAT kits. Retail workers copped daily abuse from frustrated shoppers. Families could not see their loved ones in aged care because of outbreaks in nursing homes, and aged care nurses were burnt out and exhausted. While this was all happening, the Prime Minister's most valuable contribution to the public health crisis was to redefine close contact as if COVID was ruled by semantics. The Morrison government claims that no one could have known the challenges that a new variant would bring. But here is a list of people who in fact did know, and the challenges that a new variant would bring. The federal government's own health officials warned that widespread community transition would see PCR testing sites overwhelmed and urged the federal government in February 2021 to adopt rapid antigen kits to alleviate pressure on the system. Public health specialists briefed members of the federal government in August that PCR testing facilities would not be able to cope with rising case numbers. The Australian Medical Association warned senior executives in the Federal Health Department in September 2021 of the need to develop a strategy to procure rapid antigen tests, and the Doherty Institute, which provided the federal government's own commissioned modelling. While health industry bodies, hospitals, epidemiologists, GPs, aged care providers, unions and state and territory premiers beseeched the federal government to provide more masks and PPE, build capacity for testing and launch public information campaigns, the Prime Minister buried his head in the warm Hawaiian sand. For this Prime Minister, every problem is someone else's fault. Every crisis is someone else's responsibility. The Prime Minister pipped international border quarantine onto the states. He blamed the vaccine stroll-out on international supply shortages, although every other country in the OECD seemed to manage. He failed to procure enough rat kits because he was too busy fixing the vaccine rollout. Instead of taking responsibility, he reportedly commandeered stock from business owners and from Queensland Rail. He lets members of his own party dog whistle to anti-vaxxers in the parliament and on social media, hiding behind freedom of speech so he can harvest a few preference votes. At every turn, the Prime Minister has pitted states against each other, politicised lockdowns and border closures and watched on with glee as premiers who were forced to make tough decisions took the heat for his failings. The Prime Minister thinks it's time for government to get out of Australians' lives. And I agree, it's time that this coalition government got out of Australians' lives. Call the election, let the Australians elect a government who is ready to lead and has the will and the plan to build a better future for our nation. I would like to use my remaining time, Deputy Speaker, with your forbearance, and my special thanks to the clerks, to share with the Chamber an email that I received from a Lilly Allied Health business owner. She wrote, "Dear Annika, I'm a small allied health business owner in Sandgate and I currently employ 5 full-time staff. We knew that Queensland borders would be opening and that there would be more COVID cases in our community. I bought last year N95 masks, rats, face shields for my staff and extra masks for clients too. However, since the government has let it rip, the cases have been so much higher than any of us anticipated. The majority of our clients are unvaccinated because they are young or because they haven't had a support worker or someone to take them to get vaccinated. I have spent nearly $2,000 on PPE in the last 2 months, which is a lot for a small business, and most of it hasn't even arrived yet. With all of the cancellations due to COVID, we're also operating at a quarter of our usual capacity. We cannot pass these costs on to clients, as the far majority are NDIS or Medicare funded, and they cannot afford additional costs outside of what their funding covers. We need your help. Allied health services working within the disability sector with vulnerable populations should have access to adequate PPE and RATs for the safety of our clients. I wanted to share that message, Deputy Speaker, because when the Prime Minister says it's time to live with COVID and time to get out of for government to get out of people's lives, this is what happens. Vulnerable people suffer. And I, for one, think vulnerable Australians have suffered enough, and it's time for the government to call the election and get on with a new government that can deliver for working-class Australians and people in need.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. For the past 2 years, state governments, with the assistance of the federal government, sadly, have imposed many regulations and restrictions in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. These measures have eroded our freedoms, our human rights and our civil rights. Such infringements on our rights were introduced under the guise of public safety, but the oft-cited health advice on which they were allegedly based has never been held up for public scrutiny. States have introduced draconian measures such as border closures without having the validity of such a measure tested in court. Governments have prevented doctors from prescribing medicines that were safe and effective with a long history of safe use. Governments have mandated and coerced Australians into undertaking a medical procedure that does not have long-term safety data. Substances that people are forced to inject into their body out of fear of losing their job are produced by big pharma companies that are getting very rich off these mandates, while bearing no responsibility for any of the harm that their products may cause, thanks to an indemnity granted by the government. We already know some of the harmful effects, but we don't know all of them because there is no long-term safety data. But there's always going to be a section of the Australian community that was either hesitant or totally opposed to these provisionally approved inoculations for whatever reason. But the mainstream media is kidding themselves when they seek to demonise all pro-freedom people with the anti-vaxxer slur. There were tens of thousands of protesters on the lawns of Parliament this Saturday. They were not all anti-vaxxers. Most of them were actually fully inoculated, I'd say, many of them, but they were anti-mandate. They were hard-working people, many of them there who lost their jobs due to workplace vaccine mandates, but they were opposed to the discriminatory measures that are locking ordinary Australians out of polite society as well. Locked out of cafes, locked out of restaurants, locked out of theatres, out of sporting venues, even locked out of hospitals. They are sick of being forced to comply with measures that just make no sense. In my home state, we've got mask mandates. We have vaccine mandates in the form of no jab, no job policies. We've even had borders closed to people who weren't vaccinated, but still the Omicron variant crossed the border from the vaccinated, swept through the state. The vaccinated caught the disease, the vaccinated passed on the disease, the vaccinated went to hospital with the disease, and the vaccinated sadly died with the disease. Now, ordinary Australians look at this data and ask the obvious question: why are we still pretending that masks, QR codes, vaccinations, lockouts, lockdowns and discrimination can stop the spread? But the mainstream media has failed to actually ask that question. But it is a question that we can ask, and it should be asked. As the pandemic transitions to the endemic phase, we need a Royal Commission to find out not only how we got into this situation, but why we arrived there and who is responsible. The devastating impacts of the pandemic response on millions of Australians cannot just be swept under the rug. To gloss over the tyranny, the rise of tyranny and the rise of authoritarianism in this country would only further embolden those who seek to coerce and control the Australian people. If we fail to examine how and why we were stripped of rights and freedoms, we fail to learn the lessons of history, and we will be doomed to repeat them at the next pandemic or the next opportunity to induce fear and then tyranny amongst the populace. That's why I have called for a Royal Commission or an inquiry, a commission of inquiry, for instance, with similar sufficient powers to fully investigate the pandemic response from all levels of government: federal, state, local, public service institutions, departments, agencies. And I'm asking people who believe in freedom, who believe in human rights, who believe that there was wrong that was done over the course of this pandemic to get on board this. I've got a petition, georgechristensen.com.au/inquiry. I'm also calling for a wide terms of reference in that to include all aspects of the pandemic response that have eroded our freedoms, our human rights, our civil rights, with lockdowns, border closures, mask mandates, vaccine efficacy and safety, vaccine passports, medical segregation and discrimination, transparency of medical advice, treatments and interference with GPs, misinformation and censorship, big tech and the freedom of speech issues, quarantine facilities, rules and operations, restrictions on social gatherings such as weddings and funerals, access to hospitals and services, international travel and return, school closures, regulation enforcement, police overreach, PCR and rapid antigen tests. All of these issues, I urge anyone who's suffered under any instance of government overreach in the pandemic response to head to the website to support my call for a Royal Commission into the pandemic.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Perth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We have learned a lot throughout this pandemic. One of the most important lessons is this: we can take nothing for granted, from our health to our loved ones to our jobs to a sensible political policy debate. Nothing is certain. Australians have learnt this. Unfortunately, the government still has failed to learn the lessons of this pandemic. It has no comprehensive plan for our future. None. And it's a rite of passage for parents to say to their children, "I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed," although many are angry at this Prime Minister. But for myself, I'm in the disappointed camp. I went back to the first time I spoke in Parliament about the challenges that the COVID-19 pandemic presented to us. 2 years ago, 23 March 2020, I said, quote, "Every Australian needs the Prime Minister to do well now. I want him and his team to be incredibly successful in battling this virus. People's lives do rest on them making the right decision day after day after day." Sadly, like millions of Australians, my trust and hope that this Prime Minister and this government could provide the leadership that Australia needed was misplaced. Because it was just a few months later that this Prime Minister and his government had dived into bed with Clive Palmer in the High Court, funding $1 million of his court costs to try and tear down Western Australia's health measures. And I note that the member for Dawson said that the various border and other state government health restrictions were not tested in court. Well, I remind those on the government benches, those that sit with the member for Dawson, that it was tested in court. Indeed, it was tested in court. There was the full support of the then Attorney-General testing this question. The government piled tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars into the campaign that Clive Palmer was running in the High Court. It was tested, and the side that the government had chosen to back lost. And that was a fortunate thing because it allowed state governments, who have been the real workhorses during this pandemic, to get on with the health measures that were needed to save lives and to save livelihoods. And if I think about the other things that this government has chosen to prioritise during this pandemic, not getting enough rapid antigen tests or finding a good distribution mechanism, not dealing with the obvious challenges we're going to have around rolling out vaccinations for children and booster doses. No, but they did have enough time to take millions of dollars of Western Australia's taxpayer funds and tip it into car park rorts all across the East Coast. That was a priority for them. Rapid antigen tests was not. And if we think about where this government's failures have been most tragically demonstrated, it does come in the aged care sector. We know that this year alone, at least 622 aged care residents have died of COVID. This is a sector in complete crisis. The government's response has been abysmal. I believe, and Labor believes, that every Australian deserves to get quality care, whatever life you've led, whatever income is left in your bank balance once you retire, and to get quality care, we need to support the people who work in this sector. Supporting aged care workers and the workforce means listening to them. They have been in this building year after year telling us the challenges in this sector. They were here last year talking to us about what it was like working with COVID. The government ignored their message. Now the government is sending in the Australian Defence Force, a crisis response because the government chose not to listen to a sector in crisis. A quarter of aged care worker shifts are currently not being filled. Residents' wounds aren't being tended to. People are waiting for hours for food, water and basic care. We know that some 60% of aged care workers have not had their booster shots, and we saw in the West Australian today a report that some 1/3 of aged care residents have not yet had their booster shot in Western Australia. This is a time where we have COVID outbreaks in Coolabah Care in Mandurah, Brightwater's The Cove in Mandurah, Juniper Signet in Bentley, and we know there are more to come. And I want to thank those who are standing up for aged care workers, not just in this place, but across Australia. Their unions who have been here week after week telling us their stories, unions who are standing up to make sure they get a decent, a fair day's pay for a fair day's work, and protect those most vulnerable people who are in the care in our aged care sector. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I give the call to member for Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I have to say, quite frequently, the member for Macarthur and I are in furious agreement. And that's because we're both paediatricians and we both understand the healthcare system, including the public healthcare system, and we both understand the difficulties that this country has faced with regards to the COVID pandemic, which is not just something that's happened here in Australia, but it's happened right around the world. But in this instance, unfortunately, I have to violently disagree with the member for Macarthur's private member's motion here today. In fact, I find it quite astounding, as someone who sits on National Health COVID response committees, for him to actually put into writing this particular motion. And the reason I say that is I do understand that the member for Macarthur knows how difficult the situation has been globally in the last 2 years. And I would say that I'm disappointed because this is about Labor having to talk down the COVID response. Now, I do understand in opposition it is important that you pick out things that you'd like to point out or highlight, and it is true that this has been an awfully difficult period of Australia's history. But if we take a step back as a country and look at the leadership that the federal government, the Morrison government, has provided to Australia, it is quite simply extraordinary. And that leadership starts with understanding from the very get-go that Australia as a country was going to have to learn to live with the virus. We knew that this was here to stay. And this is a Prime Minister who had the maturity to realise this wasn't a short-term 2-week, it will be over in 2 weeks approach, that it was going to be a very different approach in the months, weeks, months and years to come. And secondly, I think the Prime Minister's leadership was clearly shown that he understood the balance between lives and livelihoods, that we need to be able to get the balance right, that saving lives is absolutely essential. Every life needs to be saved. But the impact of this COVID pandemic on livelihoods also needed to be in consideration. Unlike premiers, who are actually being assessed for their impact on healthcare outcomes, the federal government is being judged both on health and economic outcomes. And so with that in mind, we acted quickly, we acted decisively, and throughout this pandemic, we've acted to critical issues responsively, flexibly and nimbly. And that started with the closure of the international borders. It moved through to the development of National Cabinet, which has brought together all the state and territory leaders with the federal government. There's been an enormous amount of work on expert committees. The member for Macarthur and myself sit on one of these bipartisan expert committees, which enables all the experts in Australia to provide information, expert evidence to government. And that's been incredibly important. But what has been one of the biggest bugbears for Australia is the issue of securing our supply chains. And there's absolutely no doubt that there have been rolling critical issues about supply chains. And that started right back in March 2020, when we had issues as a country with obtaining personal protective equipment. It's hard to remember now, but we had problems with masks. We were running out of masks. We've had problems with toilet paper. We've had problems with all sorts of things with regards to sovereign supply. And the Minister for Health, under the guidance of the Prime Minister, had secured these supply chains by stepping up local manufacturing capability. And then there was the COVID PCR test in April 2020. It's again hard to believe these things. And we were moving at speed to respond with diligence and care to all of these things. But then we moved to, more recently, the vaccine rollout, which we have now delivered ahead of time, actually. So the COVID vaccine rollout was, in fact, I was in the media talking about I was hoping that we might have Freedom Day by Melbourne Cup. In fact, we had Freedom Day well ahead of that because the vaccine rollout had difficulties, absolutely no doubt about that. But with the hard work of this government, was able to deliver the outcomes for this country that was so vitally needed. Now, we moved to rapid antigen tests. There is no doubt that the PCR testing for COVID was the gold standard for Delta. We needed aggressive suppression because Delta had a much higher mortality rate and had a different underlying set of data behind it. But when you look at Omicron, it's been more important to move to RAT testing, to have more rapid access to rapid antigen testing. And there is no doubt that this government has moved very quickly in a number of weeks to rolling out RATs and to making sure that general community can have access. We've also made sure that the fringe benefit tax availability for businesses means that businesses can use them more readily. And we've also made sure there's concessional card support for those who can least afford it. It is worth mentioning that this government has provided an excellent outcome for Australia. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to member for Shortland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And if there's ever an epitaph for this government, a eulogy for this government, it would be this quote: "I don't accept that the system is in complete crisis. My view, and the data supports that, is that the sector is performing and has performed exceptionally well in the work that it is doing." if there's any quote that sums up the incompetence of this government, the criminal incompetence of this government, it is that quote from the Minister for Ageing, Senator Colbeck, given only a couple of weeks ago after he came back from going to the cricket. The system is performing exceptionally well. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, 681 Australians have died in aged care homes since the 1st of January this year. This is the government's view of a system performing exceptionally well. 681 souls taken because of the incompetence of this government. And that's what this government says is a system working well. That is what the member for Higgins presumably means when she says living with the virus. Well, for these 681 Australians, they are no longer living with this virus. And it's tragic, not just because of the impact on those individuals, but the families who have lost loved ones because of the incompetence of this government. The incompetence that has been on display for the last 8 years, but has been well and truly elevated by the COVID crisis. Because in aged care there is nowhere to hide. This Prime Minister is the master of buck shifting, shift blaming. He will blame anyone he can for his own failures. Well, in aged care he can't blame Federation. Aged care is purely a responsibility of the Commonwealth Government. It's purely the responsibility of the Commonwealth Government that 681 Australians have died in aged care homes since the 1st of January this year. 1/4 of shifts have been unfulfilled. There is enough boosters for both the workforce and the residents of aged care facilities. There is a sad lack of PPE and there is very few rapid antigen tests to be found. This is all at the feet of the Commonwealth Government, a government that has failed every single Australian and their families in aged care facilities. They have failed every single senior Australian who can't get a meal, who can't get a shower, can't find someone to take them to the toilet, and Australians know it. At many street stalls, one of the things I'm most pulled up about is what's happening in aged care. I had a street stall down at Blacksmiths outside the Butchers a few weeks ago, and I had a couple come up to me and have a chat. That both the couple, the husband and wife, their mothers were in separate aged care facilities around Lake Macquarie, and both of them expressed huge frustration that they couldn't see their mums, that they were worried about the treatment their mums were getting. They were worried about their staff, the staff of the aged care facilities, and that they were getting enough support to look after their mums and all the other mums and dads in that facility. Because the truth is, in this entire COVID crisis, this government has been late. They failed on the national quarantine system, and that's why we had the Ruby Princess disaster that spread to aged care facilities in Sydney in 2000. They were dreadfully late in providing vaccines. It wasn't a race, according to the Prime Minister, and yet again displaying an arrogance completely unrelated to ability. They ignored the oncoming crisis of when they'd open up the economy and did not secure enough rapid antigen tests. All this was foreseeable. All this was predicted by people at the time. This Prime Minister likes to say everyone's exercising 2020 hindsight. But the truth is, Madam Deputy Speaker, people were warning about every single one of these issues at that time. And what's particularly tragic in the aged care system is that the system was broken before the COVID pandemic. The system was broken. You only have to look at the Aged Care Royal Commission findings, where the title of the entire review sums up this sector: neglect. This government urgently needed to take action on the aged care sector before the COVID pandemic hit. They failed to do that, and what's worse is they piled on with their incompetence in the actual response to the COVID crisis. And what's the result of this, Madam Deputy Speaker? 681 Australians taken before their time this year alone in the aged care sector. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this motion is really important. Just the ignorance of the government in claiming that all is going perfectly, that the system's performing exceptionally well, demonstrates how out of touch they are with the lived experience of every other Australian.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak in support of the motion moved by the member for Macarthur, someone who spent their life making sure Australian kids get the best start in life. As a paediatrician for over 37 years,
the member for Macarthur knows a thing or two about keeping people healthy. So I thank the member for Macarthur for moving this important motion that recognises the significant impact that COVID-19 continues to have on the day-to-day lives of ordinary Australians. It also recognises that the Morrison government has demonstrably failed in preparing the nation for these COVID-19 times. I know that the impact of COVID-19 is having on people in Moreton. What's become clear to me is that the pummelling isn't being felt evenly across my communities. We've all been let down by the Morrison government's failure to prepare, failure to plan, and a rabid failure to take responsibility. But for some people, these failures have resulted in huge impacts on their lives. Deputy Speaker, especially those in multi-generational households. If you're unable to isolate, everyone under the roof gets sick. Casual workers who get sick or need to isolate have no income to buy food for their families. And when they get better, they can't access a rapid antigen test to ascertain if they can actually return to work safely. And it's been especially hard for single parents. Some permanent employees who've been infected have had no leave available and have had no time to take off to recover with no pay. And many people were not eligible to get the pandemic leave disaster payment. Older people, they've found it really tough, many too afraid to even leave their houses. They're staying at home, not helping local businesses, in terms of spending, not getting any exercise, and they're getting lonelier day by day. Australia was in a good place to be able to prepare for this pandemic. Our island nation is isolated from the world. That bought us time, but that precious preparation time gifted to us by our geography was wasted by the coalition government. The Morrison government didn't properly prepare. They didn't adequately plan, and they fobbed off every responsibility they could, firstly to the states and territories and then to everyday Australians. We should have had access to vaccinations much earlier, but the Morrison government didn't properly plan and didn't pick up the phone. Australians should have had access to rapid antigen tests so that businesses could continue to operate, so that truck drivers could actually deliver food to our shops, so families could visit loved ones safely. But that didn't happen because the Morrison government again failed to plan. The Prime Minister has made an art form of ignoring good advice provided by experts. And many of our most vulnerable older Australians have been locked in their rooms in aged care facilities, soiled, desperate, many of them infected with COVID-19. It is a horror show. Hundreds have died. Our parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, neighbours, loved family members. Just this year, Deputy Speaker, and it's only February, Valentine's Day, 681 older Australians have already died from COVID-19 in aged care. 681. And while aged care facilities have been in crisis, the Minister for Senior Australians and Aged Care Services, what was he doing? Well, he went to the cricket. Not for a day, but for 3 days. This is the Minister who said in early February that the aged care sector was doing extremely well. What is he smoking? Just last week we had 1,700 Australian Defence Force personnel launched into the aged care sector. That's a full-blown Cyclone Tracy meets Cyclone Yassi type crisis. 681 Australians dead. The leading Aged Services Australian CEO, Sean Rooney, said last week, "There is no doubt that there would have been fewer cases and fewer deaths if we had had enough RATs for daily screening of everyone, access to PCR tests where needed, access to surge workforce as promised, and reliable access to PPE." End quote. The Royal Commission into Aged Care's report was called Neglect just 2 years ago. What would they call it today? Maybe their next report should be called Disgrace. Locals are confused about pandemic information, with no communication from the government about the virus, about what to do if you catch it, about vaccinations and boosters, about rapid antigen tests and where to get them. The void has been filled with misinformation and conspiracy theories on social media and in our mainstream media. It's not just the failure of the Morrison government to keep Australians informed during this very difficult time. As the Prime Minister will know, members of his government are actively undermining our health workers by spreading and encouraging dangerous misinformation and conspiracy theories about the pandemic and making money from it. If the Prime Minister stands by and does nothing, he is condoning this behaviour. Less ukulele, more whip.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business.
Order of the day number 1 relating to road safety program.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Call the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Excuse me. Deputy Speaker, the priority of any government is the cultivation and the preservation of lives and livelihoods, and there are few programs that truly embody this ethos more effectively than this government's road safety program and the corresponding $3 billion in record investment that's been placed towards it. And I don't think it matters which side of the floor you sit on. We can agree that this investment is a worthy and necessary investment. And it's been said many times in this place, certainly many times by me in my former role as chair of the Road Safety Committee, that even one death on our road is one death too many. In a previous life as a police officer, I personally attended to many scenes of traffic fatalities and serious injuries, and I know firsthand the devastating effect that it has, not just on those who are involved in the accidents, but the families and loved ones, as well as the long-lasting effects on the first responders. And can I just thank all the first responders, current and former, for the work that they've done and they continue to do. Deputy Speaker, it's important to note that the responsibility for road safety lies not only with all levels of government, but with each of us individually. We all need to take responsibility for the driving conditions. Those small decisions that we make every day on the roads have the potential to directly and significantly impact the lives of many, many others. And surprisingly and unfortunately, during COVID, with less people on the roads, less people driving, unfortunately the incidence of death and serious injury on our roads didn't decline. In fact, they increased despite that expectation. Now, whether that sad fact is because drivers didn't make better choices or whether the quieter roads gave opportunity to increase speed and increase complacency, one might be forgiven for saying that every year we have a pandemic on our roads in Australia. 2 years ago, over 1,188 people lost their lives on Australian roads. The majority of those in regional Australia, in my electorate, we have statistically 5 times the rate of fatalities when being compared with metropolitan counterparts. 55% of all fatalities in this country, in Australia, occur on regional roads despite having significantly lower population statistics. These are the statistics that this government is taking seriously and investing in lives by increasing investment in road infrastructure and ensuring the effective monitoring of conditions. And I should note that the monitoring is meaningfully achieved through the proviso that to receive funding under the Road Safety Program, states and territories are required to provide road safety data and report against road safety metrics. And it's through the continued statistical analysis gained from evolving initiatives we know the infrastructure improvements that actually work. Deputy Speaker, while the provision of life-saving measures in themselves are their own reward, as a Member of Parliament the last 3 years, I've also seen the direct positive impact on the community and job opportunities that addressing and improving dangerous areas has created. Investment in infrastructure projects provides consistent opportunities in my electorate of Cowper to its residents to find gainful employment via councils and private contractors alike, and in fact it's expected to support around 13,500 jobs across the country, with the bulk of works being completed in regional areas which I know will be welcomed by many. Deputy Speaker, this government's record of $110 billion 10-year infrastructure pipeline will support and secure jobs, drive growth and help rebuild Australia's economy from the COVID-19 pandemic and meet our national freight challenge in getting Australians home sooner and safer. And regardless of what happens in May, I know that we agree that we need a bipartisan approach on both sides so all our people can return home safely. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it's Valentine's Day today, and there's one thing for sure. I have a whole lot of love for the people of Gilmore. Since coming to office in 2019, I have proudly delivered over $1.6 billion in community infrastructure and roads projects right across Gilmore, in the local government areas of Kiama, the Shoalhaven and the Eurobodalla. From Minamurra in the north to Churros Head in the south, to my hometown of Nowra and the Bayan Basin, to Ulladulla. These community and roads projects are ones that I have been actively advocating for, with many discussions with community groups, community associations and advocates, and of course taking up the fight for these projects. There's the Nowra Bridge project, $155 million in federal funding for this important new bridge across the Shoalhaven River at Nowra. The Nowra Bridge is set to be across the river by the mid-part of this year. 1,900 workers have worked on the bridge so far, with over 700,000 work hours. It's a huge boost for jobs and local spending, with 120 workers on site each day. The new Nowra Bridge is set to be open in mid-2024, weather depending. I want to thank all the workers on this very necessary project. I want to thank locals that have been putting up with some pretty horrendous traffic conditions during the construction of the new Nowra Bridge. But, Deputy Speaker, I have been very vocal that the government needs to do much more. I said at the Nowra Bridge official sod turning that we have to get on with the Nowra bypass. Quite honestly, I am dumbfounded that no elected representative before me, and there's been a lot of Liberal ones, that have never done anything about the Nowra bypass. Sure, they like to talk big on roads, but when it comes to it, their complete failure to do anything about the Nowra bypass is one of the biggest abrogations of responsibility there could be. Is the Nowra bypass a New South Wales government priority? No, it's not. In fact, the New South Wales government, the Transport Plan, the Illawarra-Shoalhaven Regional Transport Plan, doesn't even include the Nowra bypass. The local council, Shoalhaven Council, wanted it included, but it wasn't. So forgive me, but the New South Wales government has completely failed on the Nowra bypass. Deputy Speaker, it doesn't matter where you live on the coast, whether it's Churros Head, Gerringong, Milton or Bomaderry. One thing's for certain, if you want to go north or south through Nowra, there is only one bridge crossing, the Nowra Bridge. Ask residents about around Nowra, North Nowra and Bomaderry what they think of the bottlenecks, how they travel at a snail's pace to get from their place to work or to school, even on the weekend. Locals have certainly told me. Since launching my petition, I have received thousands of responses from people, and the stories of frustrations with the traffic and the need for the bypass are compelling. And the Black Summer bushfires taught us many things, including that egress along our highway is paramount. We saw and felt what happened when our Princes Highway was cut off during the bushfires, how our one road in and one road out communities were cut off from access, power and communications. How tourists were stranded on our highway and camping in their cars as the love and support from locals brought food and supplies. Deputy Speaker, when councils consider development applications, good road access to properties is a condition. But our entire community on the New South Wales South Coast has a massive access problem. There is only one way north and south through Nowra, and that is over the Nowra Bridge. If the Black Summer bushfires have taught us one thing, we have to be ready for the next disaster. We have to be ready and able to get people out to provide safe egress, to provide safe access for our emergency services workers and volunteers. That's why the New South Wales Government must make the Nowra bypass a priority. That's why the Nowra bypass must be included in the Illawarra-Shoalhaven Regional Transport Plan. Make no mistake, without it, Bomaderry and Nowra will turn into the next Albion Park bottleneck, which routinely saw traffic backed up for over 5 kilometres in the summer months. For over 40 years, the bypass has been mentioned. Since 1986, land was earmarked for the Narrow bypass. It's beyond time to get on with the Narrow bypass. My message to the New South Wales Government: make the Narrow bypass a priority. Included in the Illawarra-Shoalhaven Regional Transport Plan, start the pre-planning for the Narrow bypass now.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Call the member for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure I join today's debate, and I acknowledge the member for Gilmore representing the second most beautiful electorate in Australia, just behind Gippsland. But it's great to have you here. It's no surprise, Deputy Speaker, to see the list of speakers on this particular motion are predominantly from regional communities, because regional MPs understand better than most just the critical importance of good road networks. They are the artery of life in our regional communities. It's the critical component to making sure we can stay connected, whether it's for freight or stay connected to our families. And the member who's just spoken reflected briefly on the impact of the Black Summer bushfires and what it exposed in terms of the frailty of our road network when it comes to these major natural disasters. In Gippsland, the Princes Highway and several major roads linking coastal communities were badly exposed for being poorly maintained in terms of vegetation. And we spent several weeks, Deputy Speaker, where communities were cut off or relying on the Australian Defence Force to deliver the most basic supplies. We have to change our approach to maintain the resilience of the road network to ensure that our communities can stay connected even in the face of natural disasters. What we saw post-bushfires on the Princes Highway was a major tree clearing exercise which locals reflected on quite dryly as it's about time. They've been calling for that for decades. So I do appreciate the opportunity to speak in relation to the Road Safety Program because, as the member for Riverina who initiated this program often reflected, too many people are killed and injured on our rural and regional roads. In fact, Deputy Speaker, a disproportionate number of people continue to be killed and injured on regional roads. From memory, in my time as the Minister for Transport, I think it was something in excess of 50% of road trauma occurred on rural and regional roads. Given the higher speeds often involved, the chances of someone being killed or injured were much higher in a crash on those rural and regional roads in comparison to the city. And as the former minister, and now as a humble, or not so humble backbencher as Member Hunter is probably reflecting, I don't accept that we have to have any road trauma on our roads. We, as a government, have signed up to the Safe System approach. Safer drivers, safer vehicles, safer speeds on safer roads. The Safe System approach is designed to ensure that no crashes need to occur in the future as we move towards zero road trauma. I fear, though, Deputy Speaker, that governments at state and federal level are often guilty of focusing on the driver component of the Safe System. It's far easier to blame the drivers than to accept responsibility for the lack of investment in infrastructure on your road and road network. The challenge for us is to work constructively in partnership with local and state government to deliver the type of roads that our rural and regional communities expect. That's why the Road Safety Program, brought forward by the member for Riverina when he was minister and continued by the member for New England in that role, is so important. It's important because it had a use it or lose it component. Now, the use it or lose it component was of great importance to this particular program because it forced the state governments to actually develop a sense of urgency around getting the job done. What I've seen in my electorate of Gippsland over the past 3 years in particular is a recalcitrant state government unwilling to work in a constructive way to deliver the projects that have been funded by the federal government. Now, the federal government doesn't actually build the road. The federal government goes into partnership with the state government to deliver projects. And what I've seen in Gippsland is tens of millions of dollars of money allocated in the 2019 election still being held by Treasury, not ending up with black stuff on the roads in Gippsland. It's to the eternal shame of the Victorian State Government they haven't been able to reach an agreement to secure projects that would deliver road safety improvements in my electorate. The contrast, Deputy Speaker, has been this road safety program. The moment there was a use it or lose it component to it, the Victorian State Government suddenly found the capacity to improve the road shoulders, improve sight lines, to install safety barriers, roadside safety barriers where appropriate, to actually roll that program out in an expeditious way in a manner which improved road safety in the Gippsland electorate. So I'm calling on the Victorian Government to be a better partner when it comes to delivering road infrastructure safety improvement in Gippsland. I'm calling on the Victorian State Government to develop a greater sense of urgency and reach agreement with the Commonwealth on money that is already there. The federal government often pays up to 80% of the funding for road projects in Victoria, up to 80%. The state government only has to find 20% to get these much-needed projects rolling out across my community. So perhaps it will take a use it or lose it approach from the current Federal Transport Minister to try and force the state government to get on board and deliver the road safety improvements that we deserve in our regional communities. Too many people are being killed and injured on roads that could be fixed. The money is available to fix them. We just need the state government demonstrating the capacity to get on with the job.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I'll call the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a great program, and it's a great program if you're responsible for an electorate like Grey with thousands and thousands of kilometres of road that need maintenance and in some cases upgrading. It has delivered this program alone has delivered $82.8 million in the electorate of Grey. It comes amongst the more than $1 billion.
A division has been called for the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. Proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division. Is that the motion be agreed to? I call the member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, over $1 billion in total in the electorate of Grey coming from the federal government in road infrastructure. It's phenomenal. On this particular program, though, we've seen shoulder sealing, audio-tactile line marking on centre lines, curve widening and surface improvements on the Eyre Highway, the Augusta Highway, the Barrier Highway, the Stewart Highway, and the Upper York Road. And just on this, they are thousands of kilometres of roadway, but on the Upper York Road between Maitland and Arthurton, we've seen a complete upgrade of a road there that I actually rated as the roughest bitumen road in the whole electorate of Grey. So very pleased to see that. We've seen shoulder sealing and surface treatment on the Todd Highway. The Todd Highway runs down the centre of Eyre Peninsula, and in fact what we call a mirror knocker. As the roads get narrower, they actually get narrower as the trailers of the semi-trailers pop off the edge and break down the edge of the bitumen, and to the stage where road train drivers were clipping mirrors as they go down these roads. So definitely not a good outcome. That has been re-shouldered all the way through to Kyron now, and that's an absolute improvement for road safety. And the same thing with the Birdseye Highway, which cuts across from Lock to Cow. And with the establishment of T-ports on Eyre Peninsula, which is a barging operation to shift grain, I believe they took over 600,000 tonne this year. We've seen a complete redirection of the way grain is moving on Eyre Peninsula with the closure of the railways there. Everybody said, well, not everybody, some people said when the railway were closing, well, how will we get our grain to port? Well, we've actually shifted the port for many growers at the moment. So things change, times change, and we need to adapt with them. And so the upgrading of those highways is absolutely important to my electorate. And we've also seen money on the Minlaton to Maitland Road, and this was the same as the Arthurton to Minlaton Road. It's the same road, Maitland Road, just runs through the town of Maitland. And it's just so gratifying there now after 14 years in Parliament to actually see this road upgraded. And I can remember a time when we had a different regime in South Australia, and I managed to secure some federal funds, but I couldn't convince the Premier at the time, Joe Weatherall, to actually take the federal funds because they were required to put up 20%, and they thought it would so badly affect their GST receipts that they couldn't bring themselves to do that. And I've got to say, the advent of the Marshall government has been an absolute revelation in that case, where we've had a government that was keen to do works outside the capital city and a federal government that was keen to invest in them, hence, as I said, the $1 billion, and in this particular program, the $82 million coming back into Grey. There's also a considerable amount of work going on the Horrocks Highway. Horrocks Highway runs, for those who don't know South Australia well, but from about the middle Flinders Ranges, which is at Wilmington, right down to Gawler, and it runs through the beautiful Clare Valley. And running through the Clare Valley means it is a big commuter route, a tourist route, if you like, and that road had become very bumpy. It's pretty windy, and quite narrow in places and dangerous, without a doubt. Now, Wye work's not complete there yet, but we're certainly getting on with the job, and we're down south of Auburn now, and that's making a considerable difference. So we've come all the way from Wilmington to Auburn with that significant upgrade, and we continue that work. So it's been warmly met on the ground. The Stewart Highway, Stewart Highway's been in the press a little lately. It's been cut for around about a fortnight with floodwaters at Glendambo, which resulted in the isolation of Coober Pedy. And thank you very much to Bridget McKenzie, Senator McKenzie, for bringing the National Relief funding arrangements into operation, and for the rest of the federal cabinet in making the RAAF available to do those food drops into Coober Pedy. But that highway, the Stewart Highway, with the railways cut at the moment, is one of the essential feeders through to Northern Australia, and it's good that it's open again now, and it's good that we're spending extra money on making that roadway safe. Same thing, putting the shoulders out, putting the tactile markers down the middle, keep sleepy drivers awake, and keep people safe on the road. So a lot of traffic going on in Northern South Australia. It is, I think, it is the economic future of our state in many ways. We'll see more big copper fines up there. BHP are on the trail of at the moment, and the roads need to be in a suitable state to deal with those loads.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Clerk.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 2, relating to the space industry.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Cowper.
Speaker. Deputy Speaker, in December last year I presented the report of the Standing Committee on Industry, Innovation, Science and Resources entitled The Now Frontier, Developing Australia's Space Industry. On 11 November 2020, the committee adopted an inquiry into developing Australia's space industry and was asked to focus on how the Australian government can support and encourage the space industry while preserving and protecting the space environment. Space is an industry that inspires, fascinates and excites people. Generally, rockets and astronauts come to mind when we think about the space industry, but in fact, it's technology and equipment that are very much part of our day-to-day lives. There are enormous opportunities for individuals, organisations and communities to take advantage of this growing sector, particularly in regional and rural areas. Most Australians are familiar with our nation's involvement in the moon landing in 1969, a little bit before my time, and tracking stations at Honeysuckle Creek and Parkes in New South Wales that relayed images back to Earth of Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin walking on the moon. This followed the rocket testing program in the late 50s at Woomera in South Australia as part of the Australian Government's Weapons Research Establishment. But, Deputy Speaker, perhaps less familiar to Australians is the continued use of space-based technologies and applications in our daily lives. Mobile phones, the internet, weather forecasting, GPS technology and banking services all rely on data derived from space. Space-related technologies were once considered those of the future: robots, drones, remote sensors and artificial intelligence, but are now very much where we are. For Australia to be competitive, we need to not only foster these technologies and their applications, but ensure that we have the right people with the right skills and expertise to make it happen. Australia needs to position itself, it must position itself to capitalise on these opportunities. Australia enjoys natural and structured advantages that can be leveraged to benefit us socially and economically. Our geography and landscape, education and training systems, technical expertise and international partnerships and agreements all combine to form an important foundation for access to the global space industry supply chain and the development of sustainable commercial activities. The Australian Government has set a goal to grow the domestic space sector by $12 billion and create an additional 20,000 jobs. The report presented last year makes recommendations designed to support this growth and beyond. Some of these recommendations include the call for an overarching vision
of the industry in Australia to inspire confidence and investment in our space capabilities and an increased visibility of space across the government and parliament. Importantly, space is an accessible industry to those wishing to pursue a career in this field. The sector presents many opportunities for young Australians, and the need to grow a workforce to support it is paramount. There are a range of professionals not generally associated with the space industry, such as law, medicine, project management, communications and business, that will be able to support and facilitate Australia's industry to grow to an international competitive sector. Further, there is so much potential for our rural and regional areas to benefit from and get involved in Australia's space sector. This includes the links between our regional industries and the space sector, the application of space-related technology and infrastructure to agriculture, health and telecommunications, and of course, the uptake of regional education and training to better equip young people to build their careers in the industry. Deputy Speaker, this is an exciting time for the Australian space industry, with awe-inspiring work already being done here. In terms of growing a future workforce, the report tabled in December identified the need for a greater education in science, technology, engineering and maths of young people. We had evidence that most of the high-level jobs are filled by those who have been educated overseas. We need to make a change in that regard and encourage education at a university level in both space and engineering and aeronautical engineering, rather than look overseas. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Bean.
Deputy Speaker, firstly I'd like to extend my belated congratulations to Mr Enrico Palermo, who became the head of the Australian Space Agency last year. Mr Palermo has a decorated career in physics and mechanical engineering, having spent over 14 years at Virgin Galactic. At the time of his departure, he was both Chief Operating Officer of Virgin Galactic and President of the Spaceship Company. Deputy Speaker, when it comes to space exploration and space industry, I'm fortunate to represent the electorate of Bean. We are home to the Canberra Deep Space Communications Complex, which is one of only 3 deep space network stations around the world. Its dishes are a remarkable sight to see amongst the beautiful backdrop of Tidbinbilla and, in true Australian fashion, cattle about its base. Just as its predecessor at Honeysuckle Creek played a critical role in the first moon landing, with footage of that first giant step coming from Bean, the CDSCC has played critical support roles in the Apollo space missions to the moon, the Skylab space station and the early flights of the Space Shuttle. It has been involved in hundreds of other missions since its establishment in 1965, and today is providing vital, around-the-clock contact with more than 30 spacecraft on deep space missions. The Deep Space Complex, together with other critical space infrastructure across Australia, is a tribute to our skills and expertise in the space industry and what we can achieve. Bean is also home to the ANU Research School of Astronomy and Astrophysics, including Mount Stromlo Observatory, and EOS's Laser Satellite Ranging Facility, which is also based at Mount Stromlo. This region has decades of experience in satellite technology. We can build on our proud legacy, and it makes sense for this region to be one of the hubs of such activity. We continue to have the science, technology, infrastructure and skills to punch significantly above our weight in the global space industry. But it's critical that we make the investment in TAFE and university places that will underpin this industry for decades to come. Only a Labor government will do so. The space industry not only has value and importance for space exploration, space-based applications impact our everyday lives, and it's particularly important for Australia. For example, supermarkets use satellite navigation in their delivery fleets. Autonomous and driverless vehicles rely on satellite navigation enhancements. Emergency and disaster relief response rely on specialised satellite imagery. And adaptation to climate change relies on space data. The pace at which space-based technologies and innovation are developing is set to revolutionise the way we live. Increasingly, it's where money is being made, where jobs are being created,
and where industry is being undertaken, and it's expected to grow exponentially. Estimates of its global value into the 2040s range between $1 to $3 trillion. And for every dollar invested, data shows there's a direct return of between $2 to $10. It's a tremendous opportunity for Australia going forward. Labor has been calling to expand Australia's space industry for many years. We sought an Australian Space Science and Industry Agency to ensure that we did not miss out on the opportunities a space industry provides. We understand its capacity to create thousands of new high-skill, high-wage jobs in advanced manufacturing, research, Earth observation and space technologies. But additionally, there are a range of professions that need to support that industry, creating new jobs in law, medicine, project management, communications and business. Currently, Australia ranks 18th among the G20 countries for government investment in space as a percentage of GDP. Globally, it's about 1 to 1.5% of the global effort. It's clear we need to capture a bigger slice of the space market. Labor welcomed the establishment of the Australian Space Agency in 2018, and I'd like to acknowledge the importance of the agency and the role it's played in strengthening the industry. As someone who worked closely with engineers and scientists in the sector, funding announcements, while welcome, need to be backed up with clear plans for such investment, and critically this needs to include an investment in skills. Deputy Speaker, let's hope that these are the first steps in what will become a giant leap for Australia's space industry.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the heart of my electorate of Adelaide, Deputy Speaker, on the former Royal Adelaide Hospital site, a real industry transformation is happening. And what's known as Lot 14 has become the national hub for the space industry in Australia. It is home to the Australian Space Agency, the Australian Space Discovery Centre and Mission Control Centre, and the SmartSat Cooperative Research Centre. It is also home to over 90 private companies, research and educational institutions and government departments in this sector. This is an industry that has enormous potential in generating much-needed local manufacturing and high-tech jobs for SA and beyond. The target in Australia is to triple the size of the space sector to $12 billion by 2030. In addition, it is estimated that around 1.4 million companies across Australia will benefit from the growth of the space industry. Deputy Speaker, Adelaide company Fleet Space Technologies, also based at Lot 14, is a perfect example. Fleet run by its amazing CEO, Flavia Tatanardini, has grown from 3 staff in 2015 to about 100 today. It made history in 2018 when it launched the country's first commercial nanosatellites into low Earth orbit. Since then, it's gone from strength to strength. Fleet is now planning to build a satellite hyperfactory at the Australian Space Park at Adelaide Airport, the nation's first dedicated space manufacturing hub, and once it is completed. And now, Deputy Speaker, Fleet has opened its first office in Houston and is partnering with NASA to put the first woman on the moon. Deputy Speaker, with the sector growing around 50% over the past 10 years, companies such as Fleet will need a whole generation of highly skilled technicians, mathematicians, engineers, physicists, chemists, etc. And this will be South Australia's and indeed Australia's great opportunity and challenge. And we need to ensure, Deputy Speaker, that we are training people locally to fill these jobs locally. And Deputy Speaker, it starts in the very, very early years. So in addition to ensuring that our universities and TAFEs are responsive to the growing demands of this industry, we need to inspire children from their earliest years to see the beauty and potential of STEM's subjects. Deputy Speaker, the Andy Thomas Space Foundation, launched in November 2020, will also play an important role in this, and I'd like to acknowledge its CEO, Nicola Cicilline. The foundation, also based at Lot 14 in my electorate, will be an interface between the space industry and the wider Australian community. It will support education and training from primary to tertiary levels and promote career opportunities in this expanding sector. The Australian Space Discovery Centre, also based at Lot 14, will play an additional role in sparking young people's imaginations through school programs and other learning initiatives. Deputy Speaker, I suppose I too take this opportunity to congratulate the new head of the Australian Space Agency, Mr Enrico Palermo, on his appointment. He brings a great deal of industry and corporate experience which can only benefit this industry. I'd like to congratulate all the companies, agencies and investors who have believed in Adelaide and South Australia, and it is thanks to these people that we are starting to see the much-needed return of manufacturing and technology in this country. But I must also like to pay my respect to the former South Australian Labor government under the leadership of Jay Weatherill, whose foresight at the time, and I remember having discussions with him and him saying how important this industry was. His foresight was the catalyst for this expansion of the industry that we are witnessing today. It was that state Labor government under Jay Weatherill's leadership that established Australia's first dedicated space office in Adelaide in 2015. Without this foresight, we certainly wouldn't be where we are today, reaching for the stars.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. It being 1:30, the chamber stands suspended till 4 p.m. today.
Afternoon. Thanks, colleagues. We shall get proceedings underway in the Federation Chamber. Are there any statements to honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Chair. I rise to congratulate the Australian Winter Olympic team on their fantastic achievements in Beijing to date. The Olympics aren't over yet, but from an Australian perspective, they've already had the most successful Winter Games ever. Congratulations to Jakara Anthony, Scotty James, Jackie Narracott and Tess Cody, who have been amongst the medalists. We've still got 7 days to go, but they are amazing athletes still competing, including Warringah's very own Sammy Kennedy-Smith, who is competing in her third Olympic Games. I wish Sammy the best of luck in the women's ski cross on Thursday. She's overcome great adversity, including injuries and a stroke in 2013, and she's a proud ambassador of the National Stroke Foundation and raising awareness for strokes in young people. The Australian Winter Olympic team has come a long way since I first competed as a 17-year-old in Albertville in 1992. The team has nearly doubled in size and now more than half the team are women. Congratulations to all of the athletes for making it to the Olympic Games. Best of luck for the athletes and the events still to come. And a reminder, by supporting the Australian team overseas, you are supporting Australians who are doing their very best and really should make us all feel very proud. Whether it's Summer or Winter Olympics, they do need support, and I would remind the government that funding of sport is essential for that message of health and well-being to our communities.
Thank you. I'll give the call to Member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Delivering my election commitments means delivering from my community. And that is absolutely what I'm focused on, and that's why I'm so proud that I delivered one of Australia's first head-to-health clinics, a mental health clinic in my community in Penrith. I want people to have the highest quality of care and support when they need it most, and I worked really hard for that $14 million investment and was really pleased to open that with David Coleman, the Minister, very recently. This centre will ensure our community has access to mental health and wellbeing services 365 days a year. The pandemic has shown how crucial it is for us to provide support and wellbeing to people who need it most in our community, and it will play an essential role by supporting local GPs, private and public hospitals and emergency departments. And I want to thank our local PHN CEO, Liz Ray, Nimi Health and the Lindsay Healthy Active Living Committee for their collaboration on this wonderful project. And it was a real collaboration, bringing the needs and real-life experiences together to create something that will make a difference to people's lives. And the Centre can be contacted through the Head to Health phone line on 1800 595 212, 1800 595 212. And it's open, as I said, 365 days a year.
Thanks. I'll give the call to Member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This Prime Minister and this government have failed my community in the bushfires, in the floods and repeatedly throughout the pandemic. It's becoming a joke, but not a funny one, because this incompetence is hurting the people I represent here and fight for in this place. We're entering the third year of the pandemic, and we're watching the way other countries are navigating it ahead of us. And still, not once did it occur to the Prime Minister that he should focus less on marketing himself and more on rolling out the vaccine smoothly. Not once did it occur to the Prime Minister that he should ensure that there were plenty of rapid antigen tests available as we began to open up, so people could use them as a tool not to protect themselves, but to protect their families, workmates and communities. And unsurprisingly, the Prime Minister, who doesn't know how much a loaf of bread or a litre of petrol is, didn't think he needed to provide rapid antigen tests for free. And why? Because he doesn't understand how much the ever-rising cost of living is weighing down on Australians. He thinks that spending up to $2 a litre for petrol to drive around looking for rapid antigen tests at $25 a pop is something everyone should have the time and the money for. He's out of touch and hopefully soon out of a job.
Thank you. I'll give the call to Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The federal government is investing in healthier, more productive soils to help achieve the agriculture sector's $100 billion quest by 2030. Grant guidelines for the second phase of the $50 million National Soil Carbon Innovation Challenge have been released. Applications are open until the 3rd of March. Now, the grant opportunity gives research and commercialisation organisations up to $20 million to develop lower-cost, accurate technological solutions for measuring soil organic carbon stocks and so much more. Now, as co-chair with the member for Barton of the Parliamentary Friends of Soil, I appreciate the importance of identifying and addressing issues relating to the health and maintenance of Australia's soils. And recently I visited with the member for Hume, the Minister for Industry, Energy and Emissions Reduction, WILAD, Living Soils in Hilltop Shire. He used to represent it, I do now. It was an important meeting, and certainly Bill and Rhonda Daly, who operate that farm, fourth generation farm that's been operated by Bill and his family, are doing and working wonders with soil health, cutting costs with every method and absolutely lowering synthetic fertilisers, chemicals and pesticides and making the most of their soil, and they're saving money because of it. They're making their farm more profitable, and that's what it's all about. So they are doing what we all should be doing, what all farmers should be doing, and that is looking after your soil.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Perth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I have always promised that one of the things I will do in my time in this place is love my community, and one of the ways that all of us do that in this place is through the Stronger Communities program. I've been fortunate to be out in my community helping organisations receive funding to do things that will make the Perth community even stronger, including the Friends of Coolby Bushland, who will be restoring some of the bushland that was damaged from a recent fire, Mount Hawthorn Primary School Parents and Citizens with new instruments for their school band, Sexual Health Quarters in Northbridge, who provide sexual health and domestic violence prevention services to improve wheelchair access for their facilities. Oz Harvest, which is based in my electorate but serves the entirety of the Perth metropolitan area, will be getting a new forklift to help their volunteers prepare food and get things out the door quicker. Green World Revolution, a new plastic recycling service to help members of my community recycle plastic. The Mount Lawley Bowling Club, who were so terribly treated through the Sports Rorts affair, we're getting some new lawn bowls so that they can have more people participate in this fabulous sport. Security cameras for the Mount Lawley Inglewood Junior Football Club, a new couch and feeding chair for the Maylands Playgroup, an oscillating edge sander and Wellwooding fume extractor for the Bassendean MEMS shed, new fencing for Cahoots, and a new gazebo for Ellis House Community Centre. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Wide Bay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a first responder, you wear the uniform and carry the tools to deal with an emergency. But in a natural disaster, it's the community that rise around you without the uniform to help you. The Gomerri community joined police, SES and fire and rescue in risking their own lives, searching for a 14-year-old young Crystal Kane after she and her father were swept away in a once-in-a-lifetime flood near Boobergin, on the way to Crystal's grandmother's house. When someone goes missing in a torrent 10 metres deep in raging floods, it quickly becomes evident that it's not a search for a survivor. Survival and safety overrule normal workplace health and safety. You're exhausted, wet and don't know what you will find, but you do what needs to be done. In the city, you often go years without knowing who your neighbours are. In the country, particularly in remote localities, relationships with neighbours are partly forged by necessity in preparedness for times like this. On behalf of Wide Bay, I would like to recognise those brave and determined people who left their own families to venture into the flood-affected territory to search for Crystal, and those who looked after Crystal's father, Lenny, who suffered a heart attack while clinging to the tree with his daughter before she was tragically swept away.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One of the great privileges of being a Member of Parliament is the opportunity to join with extraordinary people, volunteer organisations, cultural and sporting groups in my community as they work to make the community stronger and to support each other. Today I want to tell the Parliament about Delacombe Cricket Club and one of the most special events that I have been privileged and proud to be a part of. It's an event described by Bill Mallinson, who drove this from the club, as an event that sent waves through the club and community, an event that will be remembered for years to come as a significant day in the fight for recognition and opportunity for girls and women. Delacombe Cricket Club has a girls' team for the second time this year, and they want to have a women's team. They want to have a team for people with special abilities. They want to have a team for people who are vision impaired. But their clubhouse and their culture reflected the history of men, and it didn't reflect the contributions of women and girls. And Bill and Ash Hudson and Miranda Mailing, the girls from the girls team, the women that are part of that club, the men from the first team came together, and on Saturday we officially opened the Women's Wall, where photographs of the first girls team, coaches, women who have run the canteen, who have been supporters, were put up on that wall, and everyone there was told girls and women can be whatever they want to be as long as they get the opportunity, and it was the most special event I've been to in a long time.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Fairfax.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Sunshine Coast doesn't need a survey to tell us that we live in the most beautiful part of the world. We don't need a survey to say that we are the centre of the universe. We don't need a survey to tell us that the Sunshine Coast is dearly loved. But, alas, Deputy Speaker, a survey we got. Now, this is in fact a global survey, and it's the Tourism Sentiment Index. The Sunshine Coast has been announced as the world's most loved destination, 2021. The world's most loved destination, the Sunshine Coast, as it should be, Deputy Speaker, as it should be. And indeed, this accolade does not come from applications, it doesn't come from lobbying, it comes from word of mouth worldwide. But I tell you what, if that's what they're saying now, let's wait to see what they say in 10 years' time. Because as home to the 2032 Paralympic Games, we will indeed be on the TV set for half the world's eyeballs. They love us now, they're going to love us even more in the future. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Kingston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, it is disappointing that the Morrison government is failing to recognise that the aged care sector is in complete crisis right now, and the lack of response, lack of planning from both the Minister and the Prime Minister is just not good enough. Of course, we want every elderly Australian to get high-quality care. To get quality care, and we need to get that quality care, we need amazing people to support them. Unfortunately, at the moment, 60% of aged care workers haven't had their booster shot. At least 60,000 residents still haven't had their booster shot. The Prime Minister said it wasn't a race to get vaccines in arms, but it still is a race, and he has gone missing in action. Now, a quarter of aged care worker shifts are not being filled. Wounds aren't being tended to, and residents are not getting food and water. And this is having real-life consequences. Of course, one of the consequences of not filling these shifts is that families remain separated. This is why Brenda, a resident from Seaford Rise, was separated from her mother, who was 95, unable to see, unable to hear. The only way is their communication is through touch. Yet because of the staff shortages in aged care, Brenda was told she could not see her mother, she could not have that experience. Shame on this government.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Barker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in October last year, I spoke in Parliament about the shadow pandemic and the need to increase mental health services in our local communities. I've been engaging with local communities about the Head to Health program and my advocacy to see Head to Health satellite centres rolled out following last year's budget announcement of over $487 million for 40 Head to Health sites across the nation. One community in particular has been active in their support of my advocacy on this cause. Before travelling to Canberra for this sitting period, I received a petition of almost 3,000 signatures from the Limestone Coast community asking for one of the 24 Head to Health satellite centres to be located in Mount Gambier. Last week, I presented those signatures along with letters of support from Limestone Coast community service providers to the Minister of Health, Greg Hunt. The community has sent me a clear message. They want me to fight for a Head to Health site for Mount Gambier, and Madam Speaker, I enjoy a good fight. And so I'm looking forward to doing so. Mental health is an issue that will impact everyone at some stage or another. Mount Gambier is South Australia's second largest city and services the wider population of the Limestone Coast and Greater Green Triangle. Giving this region the services required to tackle mental health issues when they arise will make for a happier, healthier Limestone Coast, and the flow-on benefits will be immeasurable.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. People of Blair are paying 42% more to visit a GP since the Coalition government came to power, and 67% increase in out-of-pocket expenses for specialists as well. One of the biggest changes this government has made was the distribution priority area classification that came in on the 1st of July 2019. Doctors are telling me it's much harder to get overseas trained doctors and bonded doctor access to Medicare, which means that poorer health outcomes for my area. And I've been on this case for a number of years, and I've been pushing along with local GPs because I want to pay tribute to the work they've done, people like Catherine Hester and Dr Magdi El-Ashri. Dr Hester is at Corona Downs at Colleges Crossing, and I was pleased to announce that a Labor government would make a difference here. If we get into government, an Albanese Labor government will make it easier for people across Ipswich, including the rural towns and the Corona Downs area, to see a GP. We will change this. We will change the classification to make sure that people can get access to GP services that are currently reserved for the biggest cities like Sydney, Melbourne and Brisbane. We will make sure this is the case. I want to thank the Shadow Minister for Health and the advocacy of my good friend, the member for Oxley, and as well as local GPs. The current government, I met with the ministers, both the current minister and the former minister. I've written to them, and guess what? The correspondence says they wouldn't have changed this until we got poorer health outcomes in my area. If it's not good enough, Labor will make a difference.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Bradton.
Deputy Speaker, the Saluting Their Service program ensures that Australia's wartime history is preserved, and those that have served during wars, conflicts and peacekeeping operations are commemorated as they should. Today I want to acknowledge the La Trobe Council, who has been successful in its application under the last round. The iconic Australian Axemen's Hall of Fame in La Trobe celebrates the role the timber industry and the sport of wood chopping has played in forging our nation's identity. This funding will create a display to commemorate the specific contribution Australian service personnel with connections to the forestry industry have made. This is something that hasn't been specifically honoured anywhere else in Australia thus yet. The display will honour those who've served in the 2nd First, the 2nd Second and the 2nd Third Australian forestry companies, the Royal Australian Engineers, Australian Imperial Forces during the Second World War, employees from the forestry industry who served, Australian servicemen who took part in competitive wood chopping events in England, Scotland, PNG, New Britain, Northern Territory and Queensland, or as returned amputee servicemen during and after the Second World War. Australian servicemen of the AIF who took part in competitive wood chopping events on the battlefields in France in the Second World War and the First World War. Thank you to Mayor Peter Freshney and everyone within the La Trobe community for your passion to preserve our wartime history for generations to come.
Thank you, and I give the call to member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Canberra is a welcoming community, and we have the privilege to have around 130 of the recently evacuated Afghan refugees joining our community. These refugees are on temporary protection visas and struggle to afford housing and basic necessities. On Thursday night at the Canberra Theatre Centre, the Fred Smith Welcome Concert is being held. Fred Smith is a diplomat and he sings of his experiences, including in Afghanistan. This concert is his way of welcoming those refugees to our community and also thanking the ADF and the diplomats who have worked on this evacuation. The concert will be raising money, particularly for Afghan students for their educational supplies here in Canberra. Tickets are still available, though there's not many left, so get onto it quickly. You can also support these refugees by donating vouchers to the Red Cross, and I understand that the Canberra Centre has also supported this very generously in donating some of these. I want to thank Michael Raby and the Rotary Club of Canberra, the Australian Red Cross and the Canberra Theatre Centre for putting on this fantastic event. Canberrans and other Australians around the nation are working hard to welcome new arrivals following the crisis. Unfortunately, their goodwill and generosity has not been matched by the Australian government. These temporary protection visas are cruel and they should be abolished. People should have a permanent means towards being Australian residents because there is nothing temporary about the situation in Afghanistan.
Thank you. I'll give the call to member for Pearce.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I wanted to speak about the alignment of Nangara Road and Whitfords Avenue in my electorate of Pearce. And for too long this alignment has been ignored, unfortunately, by the West Australian State Government. And that's despite the concept being part of the Perth Metropolitan Regional Scheme since the 1990s. The current government has failed to build this vital infrastructure. Continued population growth in Perth's northern suburbs has just compounded the traffic issues associated with this intersection and just increased the demand for this much-needed project to be completed. The Barnett Liberal government committed funding towards this project in 2016, only sadly for the then replacing state Labor government to remove the funding and allocate it to other projects the following year. Now we're 6 years on and the traffic congestion at this intersection is substantially worse. And despite the WA Liberals committing $10 million at last year's state election, disappointingly there's only been more silence from the state Labor government on this matter. This project just simply needs to happen. It will reduce congestion, improve traffic flow, provide greater safety for road users. It will benefit the local governments of Wanneroo and Joondalup and, importantly, the residents of Wangara, Darch, Lansdale, Madley and Pearsall. It requires a little bit of foresight and vision from the WA Labor government and a little bit of political will to get it done, but it is a no-brainer, this project, and delaying or ignoring the project should not be a viable option.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last Thursday morning, I had the pleasure of participating in the launch of the Legacy Cup, an annual event as part of Legacy 23 in women's football. Not surprisingly, the former Matildas were the victors in the game of football, beating the parliamentary football team 6-4. So they hold the trophy, even though I have it here. I'm holding it on behalf of Senator Nita Green, who's off having a baby. There were 3 senators involved: Senator Watt, Senator Chisholm, Senator Canavan, all Queenslanders like myself. And we were joined by a couple of Matildas, including Ashley Sykes, but we couldn't compete against their superior skills. Hosting the FIFA Women's World Cup in 2023 is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to realise a truly meaningful legacy for football, which is what this is all about. It's an ambitious plan to ensure we deliver positive and enduring benefits for Australia's largest community sport beyond 2023. The 5 pillars are participation, community facilities, leadership and development, tourism and international engagement, and high performance. We know that sport and football is an inclusive platform that can deliver economic, health and social benefits to more Australians than ever before. But I would like to go on the record as I finish, Deputy Speaker, to apologise to the Matildas that I played against, because I played a lot of rugby league and rugby union and did some bad slide tackles, so I do apologise.
Thank you. A division's been called in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. Thank you. Afternoon. We're going to proceed. Are there any statements of honourable members? And I'm giving the call to the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As a federal member for Wentworth, I often hear from young people in my electorate who feel disenchanted from the political process. They feel as though their voices are not being heard, and I'm keen to fix this. I often say to people that the political system in Australia is only as good as we make it, and the level of engagement, particularly of young people, will materially determine the quality of our elected representatives and the quality of our decisions as well. Which is why I'm seeking the assistance of young people aged from 14 to 24, living or studying in my electorate of Wentworth, to help me build and to participate in the first Wentworth Youth Advisory Committee. It's my hope that this Youth Advisory Committee will help raise the voices of young people from a variety of backgrounds, a variety of life experiences, a variety of political opinions, and those whose views are not as well represented in the political debate as they should be. As many of us, those of us who participated in the Raise Our Voice campaign know, when given the opportunity, young people are only too willing and too enthusiastic to put their views forward and to help shape the political debate, and I want to make sure that that's an ongoing part of my representation. So if this sounds like you or someone you know, please encourage them or yourself to speak up and be heard. I'd like to know, as a young Australian, what issues are important to you? What issues would you like me to raise right here in Parliament on your behalf? Please reach out to me and share your thoughts.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Greenway.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Good, sufficient local infrastructure has never been more important for local jobs, for health and for our quality of life. Recent ABS data shows that by 2041, my electorate of Greenway will experience some of the highest rates of population growth in the entire state of New South Wales. We will experience a population increase of, for example, 72% growth in Blacktown, 65% growth in Acacia Gardens and a 318% growth in Riverstone, to name but a few suburbs. But with this population growth comes growing pains if we don't have sufficient infrastructure. Sue Hunter from the Riverstone Schofields Chamber of Commerce has reached out to me saying, "We are bursting at the seams and without a plan we are in serious trouble. It is imperative that the roads we drive on, the parks our kids play at, the hospitals our most vulnerable attend and the mobile coverage we rely on every day is well equipped for this explosion in growth. That's why I'm dedicated to ensuring that we have the Rouse Hill Hospital emergency ward we need and deserve, to provide local job opportunities through the relocation of the SBS to Western Sydney, to providing better mobile coverage infrastructure locally, like in our local suburb, The Ponds, to plan for TAFE, where we will skill up our local apprentices and employ local people to build this critical infrastructure. We know that to build the Western Sydney of tomorrow, we have to start planning today. This Liberal government has let Western Sydney down time and again. Only Labor has a plan to do better by the people of Western Sydney.
Thank you. And I'm giving the call to the member for Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to update the Parliament on a very important day for the young people of the Ryan electorate, and I talk not about Valentine's Day, but the fact that today we have a brand new Headspace Centre opening its doors, a new expanded centre. Headspace Taringa was one of the busiest centres in the country, the second busiest in the whole nation, in fact, throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, and demand for the support centre has skyrocketed. Now, they have got a fantastic team there, but the simple fact was, because they had outgrown their facilities, they were faced with the problem of having to cut off their waiting lists because they had a wait time of over 8 weeks. Thanks to a $780,000 contribution that I secured from the federal government, Headspace Taringa has now been able to relocate to a brand new, much larger facility in Indooroopilly. It's far more fit for purpose, not only for the staff, but for the numbers of young people that they need to service there. Those staff have worked tirelessly to keep up with the additional demand, and I know that the new larger facility will help them to reach even more young people in the Ryan electorate. Its doors are open today for young people to visit, and I encourage anybody who needs a hand to reach out to Headspace Taringa. I want to congratulate Jamie and the whole team, and now Headspace Indooroopilly, formerly Headspace Taringa. I can't wait to visit the new centre and officially launch it, but in the meantime I'm delighted that the doors are open and it's servicing and helping young people in the Ryan electorate.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Even and Narrow.
Thank you, and I rise today to throw my support behind thousands of nurses and midwives across New South Wales who are preparing to strike tomorrow for the first time in 10 years. This strike has been a long time coming for our frontline workers who have quite frankly been overworked and undervalued for far too long. Our nurses and midwives are striking for better staffing ratios and a small pay rise. After what they have had to go through over the last 2 years of the pandemic, it baffles me that it has come to this. They shouldn't need to strike to be heard. Our nurses want to give the best possible care, and this means they cannot keep working with unsafe ratios. They cannot keep running themselves to the ground. They are exhausted. They're striking because their calls for a 1:3 ratio in ED and a 1:4 ratio on the ward are falling on deaf ears. The fact is our nurses and midwives are currently running on goodwill in a broken system. Tomorrow I'll be travelling to the Yass Hospital to stand with workers and show them that I care, that I am listening. And I wish more coalition members would do the same so they could hear first-hand what our nurses and midwives are experiencing every day. Staffing problems and ratios are a significant problem right across New South Wales. In Bega we have a brand new hospital, but we don't have the staff to fill it. In Yass, the ward was supposed to be closed for 2 weeks over Christmas, which ended up being closed for over a month, only opening on the 31st of January. Nurses and healthcare workers have borne the brunt of this pandemic, and our healthcare system has been unprepared to cope with it. They have always had our communities back, and as they strike tomorrow, I am proud to have theirs.
Giving the call to member for Casey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to pay tribute to the federal government's funding program for security cameras in our communities. These security cameras that have been funded for a long period of time now are making a real difference. When you switch these cameras on, you switch off crime, you detect crime, you deter crime, and it gives the community great confidence. In the electorate of Casey, new networks are being installed in Warburton, Millgrove, Seville, Wandon and Montrose. An existing network in Monbulk has also been extended to the pavilion of the new pavilion, I should say, at the Monbulk Recreation Reserve. Existing camera networks are located in Lilydale, Healesville, Yarra Junction, Yarra Glen, Woori Yallock, Mount Evelyn, Mooroolbark and Belgrave. As I said, Deputy Speaker, this has been a very successful program, not just for the towns themselves, but for the collective of those towns that I've read out. It really has created a network across the Yarra Valley, Dandenong Ranges and the outer east of Melbourne that have been most useful for the police. The cameras go straight back to the police stations. Of course, the footage is stored, and it's made a real difference in fighting crime, graffiti, vandalism and some very serious crimes as well. So I pay tribute to this program, and long may it continue.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Buying a brand new home in a brand new housing estate should be an exciting and happy time for any family, especially when they're bought in at a premium price with the promise of first-rate community facilities, infrastructure and services. But for residents of the Ashbury housing estate in Armstrong Creek within my electorate, it hasn't turned out as promised. They've been badly let down by their council, the City of Greater Geelong. Councils failed to ensure delivery of much promised infrastructure and services. I met with a group of Ashbury residents recently and was dismayed to hear of the challenges they and their children are facing in getting basic services like walking and bike paths, playgrounds, sporting and community facilities and road traffic safety treatments. They were promised these facilities by council and they were told they would be well and truly delivered by now. But instead of playing fields, there's a mosquito-ridden drainage swamp. Instead of 18 kilometres of bike and walking paths, there's predominantly long grass and mud. Major access roads to the estate are potholed. Residents rightly feel neglected when other estates are receiving promised infrastructure while their estate is lagging. Residents deserve to know a timeframe for providing overdue facilities. That's why I've started up a petition. I want residents to sign the petition, to have a voice, to say to the council, you must deliver the infrastructure, you must deliver it now. And I urge the council to do the right thing and deliver what's promised.
Thank you. I give the call to member for Sturt.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. Earlier this chamber debated a motion on the space industry, and unfortunately, because of time constraints on the debate, I missed an opportunity to speak. So I briefly wanted to add my support to that motion. Of course, being from Adelaide, the Australian Space Agency is located just outside of my electorate, only a few hundred metres outside of my electorate. It's a great honour to have the Space Agency based in South Australia. South Australia has an enviable heritage when it comes to the space industry in this country. Of course, we have the Woomera testing range in northern South Australia. Andy Thomas, the first Australian to travel into space, of course, is from Adelaide and went to the same school as I did, a great Australian hero. Space as an industry will grow exponentially into over the next few years. We plan to increase it to a $12 billion industry, and that might be lowballing. It's probably the sort of sector that will grow way beyond our expectations. But it is definitely the future. We must have a Commonwealth focus on this area. We have that now, having established the Australian Space Agency back in late 2018. It was decided to be headquartered in Adelaide. That's meant that an ecosystem has grown up around that agency at Lot 14 in Adelaide. I'm a great supporter of the industry. It's going to be a huge part of the South Australian economy into the future, and that's why I support the motion that was passed earlier today.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Richmond.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to congratulate an outstanding community champion in my region, Trish Webster, who recently received an award on Australia Day from the 3 combined Rotary clubs of Murwillumbah. This was very well deserved, indeed, as were all the other recipients. Now, Trish is the creator and administrator of the very successful local Facebook group Murwillumbah Matters. The page has now almost 30,000 followers, and Trish works tirelessly to provide information for our community. This was especially true during our devastating floods of 2017, and throughout the past 2 years during the pandemic, Trish has been there to be working tirelessly to provide information for us, always updating us. And Murwillumbah Matters is always a great place to get local information and support across a whole range of issues. And of course, running a Facebook page can be very challenging at times, but Trish is always respectful of the very differing views within our community. And Murwillumbah Matters does really provide a great place for people in the community just to find that information, as I say, provide that support and pass on other information. And as Trish said when she received the award, it's a joy to run a successful community page where information is vital and gives people a chance to be heard. She said it was challenging during the height of the pandemic, but she felt people were relying on her. People are relying on you, Trish, and we really appreciate your commitment to our community through Murwillumbah Matters.
Thank you. And in accordance with Standing Order number 43, the time for members' statements has concluded, and I call on the clerk for the next item of business.
Private members' business. Next order of the day, aged care sector. Resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Corangamite.
Thank you. The question is that this motion be agreed to, and I'm giving the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's nothing quite as sad as hearing aged care nurses and carers these days talk about their love for the job that they do and then tell you why they just can't do it anymore. I can't count the number of aged care workers who've told me that they just can't keep going. People like Sue, who told me she's been an aged care nurse for 20 years. She's had the honour of nursing the parents of many friends in our local area, but has walked away from it. And she's described it as too shameful to continue doing the job. So I'm very pleased to speak to this motion moved by the member for Corangamite. And they're walking away because nurses and carers know they simply can't meet their own standards of care and that the load is just too great. Another worker tells me how hard it is to communicate with residents, with the mask, the face shields, the full PPE, and says some of the nicest moments with residents is when she can link families via Zoom and FaceTime. And she says watching their faces light up with happiness, just being able to see each other is a real highlight for her, as is delivering parcels from families that are dropped at the front door, the closest that families can get to their loved one. And I think that, the care workers see that as hard as it is for them, it's really hard on residents and their families. Tony, another aged care worker, tells me that he loved working in aged care, but the government has, this is what he says, the government has stripped me of my love for aged care and I will not work in it again. And that is a real loss to the sector, that throughout this pandemic, incredible carers and nurses have walked away because they just don't feel supported by this government. There haven't been the resources put in to make their job bearable. Families are seeing that. Marie has described to me how her uncle has been locked in his room since the week before Christmas. And the week that she wrote this to me, she said he was now allowed to have a visitor, but the visitor had to bring their own rapid antigen test and do it on site. And of course, in the past few weeks, that has been a really difficult thing to find, let alone for people to be able to afford. For Karen, the decline in her mum from the ongoing lockdown is really apparent to her. Her mum suffers dementia, and Karen says that when she's able to get out, she is stimulated and operates at a much better level, but that obviously hasn't been happening. These are the stories that show how critical the situation is in aged care. And I think the Morrison government has been betting on out of sight, out of mind when it comes to aged care. that only a relatively small number of people are in residential aged care or work there or visit, and that people just won't notice. Well, we've noticed, we all notice, and it isn't good enough that aged care is being really left on its own to struggle through some extremely difficult times. I think the government is betting on the fact that these are the people who will be silenced, either by age or by exhaustion, or by respect, because the families of residents really respect what the workers are doing and they don't want to make life more difficult for them. But a Royal Commission, more than $100 million, told us before COVID, before a pandemic, a report the size of a box of wine showed us that it isn't good enough, that there is neglect in these facilities, and that was before COVID. And I wish that had been enough to distract the Prime Minister from his photo ops and the Minister from going to the cricket, but clearly it wasn't enough, and the pandemic continues to not be enough to get their attention, to get the attention that's deserved for aged care residents. It's got to be bad, doesn't it, when the government calls in the troops, and bad beyond what any of us not living or working in those facilities can really conceive. And I don't speak from my own perspective in recent times. I haven't been inside an aged care facility since Boxing Day because of the ongoing lockdowns that occur, where it opens for a day and then an outbreak slams it shut. And my mum, like many others, has to look at an email at 11 o'clock tonight to see if she's allowed to go and feed my father the next day. This is what so many families are going through, and we cannot in this place think that that is good enough. I also want to challenge the concept that the people who live in aged care are palliative. They're not. They are living and they deserve a richness to their life, and it's our job as in Parliament, as government, to make that happen.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Bruce.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank my friend, the member for Corangamite, for moving this motion and bringing this debate to the Parliament on the aged care crisis. It is an utter disgrace. This is a national emergency. This is a national crisis. They're not exaggerations to say that. Right now, we have more than 1,100 separate outbreaks in aged care facilities, COVID outbreaks across this country. Our most vulnerable Australians, Deputy Speaker, in the frailest years, their frailer years and days, many of whom are locked, isolated in their rooms, week after week, alone, scared, some of whom are in their last days, dying alone, because the government didn't order enough RAT tests to give to the aged care facilities and they can't have visitors. They rightly expect the government to support them, given all they've done for our country. 1/4 of workers' shifts are unfilled. That means no food, no showers, no toilets. Aged care residents across the country are left untoileted and unbathed. More than 640 deaths in aged care facilities this year alone, many of which are preventable. They should not have happened. These older Australians should be alive. They're literally dying because of this government's inaction. And the government's response? The Prime Minister's standard formula. To deny there's a crisis, he says there's no crisis. In fact, the Minister said, well, it's all going exceptionally well. Well, why is the government calling in the army to deal with this crisis if there is no crisis? The Prime Minister lives in denial. There's 60% of workers who still haven't had their booster shot. And we know the difference that the booster shots make to transmitting COVID, slashes the risk of outbreaks. More than 60,000 residents, our most vulnerable Australians, have not had their booster shot because of this government's incompetence. If denial doesn't work, then he distracts. He was down there washing a woman's hair in a hair salon in a downright creepy fashion, frankly. Well, he could have gone to an aged care facility and actually washed someone's hair who needs it and done something useful with his time. If that doesn't work, then he deflects. He tries yet again to blame the states, just like he did during the Victorian outbreak in 2020, when the vast majority of deaths of Victorians were in Commonwealth-run aged care facilities because of his failure and neglect. And then when all else fails, he dreams up something, but it's always too little too late. Like the insulting $400 bribe to an aged care worker, and another bribe that runs out, of course, around the election. You know how many aged care workers are going to get that $400? 6%, because it's prorated. And what this government has done to the aged care sector is criminal. Casualisation. Only 6% of aged care workers in this country have a full-time permanent job. Only 6% of them will get the $400. The rest of them would be lucky to get $100 or $200. That is not dealing with the aged care crisis. It's an announcement that he made up to try and survive the National Press Club, not a serious response to this national emergency. But the big lie, Deputy Speaker, or the untruth, because I'm not allowed to tell the truth and call the Prime Minister a liar, of course, under the standing orders, is his line that, oh, well, it's COVID, it's a 1-in-100-year pandemic. Well, yeah, sure, it is a pandemic, but he was warned. He was told about this outbreak. He knew it would happen. He was told there'd be more strains. He didn't order the rapid antigen test like every other developed country. Their government secured supplies, but not this bloke. He wanted to leave it to Harvey Norman and the private sector to make profit instead of buying them on taxpayer funds for a lower rate and giving them to the community. Shame on him. But really, it comes after a decade of neglect. That is the big lie. It didn't just creep up on him. It's not like someone yelled, "Surprise, there's an aged care crisis." He's in his 9th year of government, nearly a decade of failure and neglect. And the one common thread through all of this is the Prime Minister himself. He was the Social Services Minister who presided over nearly $2 billion of cuts to aged care. He was the Treasurer who baked them into the budget, and now he's the Prime Minister. He broke it, he owns it. And yes, of course the pandemic has exacerbated and weakened the sector, of course. But these problems are long-standing and they're structural. The government has had 21 expert reports into this crisis. He then commissioned a royal commission thinking he was going to lose the election and he'd kick it down the road to be Labor's fault. 148 recommendations. He hasn't responded to over half of them or has had an inadequate response. No 24/7 nurse on care in a nursing home. Nothing for workers' wages, and $3.2 billion given to providers with no strings attached. Shame on him. He should sack the minister, then sack himself.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Dobell.
Deputy Speaker, aged care workers came to Canberra last week, exhausted and overworked, some straight from night shift, but determined to tell their stories so Australians know the truth about aged care. They spoke of frail elderly people stuck in their rooms with wounds untended, without water to drink, and sitting for hours in incontinence pads left unchanged. They spoke of their devastation at not having time to care, to comfort someone dying alone, to share a kind word. Sadly, Deputy Speaker, this government was warned and failed to act. It was clear from countless reports and inquiries that the aged care system was in crisis long before the pandemic. But many people will remember it wasn't until Four Corners aired their investigation into the abuse and neglect in residential aged care homes in 2018 that the Prime Minister was forced to act. The final report of the Royal Commission to Aged Care Quality and Safety, Care, Dignity and Respect was delivered almost 12 months ago in February last year. The report contained 148 recommendations to urgently address the crisis in aged care. Some 12 months later, the implementation of any recommendations has been painfully slow. Even recommendations which were accepted in full, which is less than half. Many are only being partly implemented, and nearly a quarter have been rejected outright or listed for further consideration. As a result, the aged care sector has lurched from neglect to crisis, and older Australians are the ones who are bearing the brunt of the government's inaction. Deputy Speaker, I'm often contacted by locals concerned about the quality of care. They know that aged care workers are dedicated but under strain. They know that aged care workers are doing their best but in a crisis. Bruce from Hamlin Terrace told me his sister-in-law has been in aged care for 5 years, and during that time he's noticed a significant deterioration in the quality of care, particularly after the home was taken over by a major corporate provider. Bruce says prescriptions don't appear to be kept up to date. Sandwiches now count as meals for both lunch and dinner, and the home is completely understaffed. He's concerned after his sister-in-law's diagnosis of diabetes that the meals provided will cause her health to deteriorate further. He says that when family couldn't visit due to COVID restrictions, it was impossible to get an update on his sister-in-law's care, but they're reluctant to complain in case it impacts her. He said nobody is doing anything or taking notice of residents' needs. Something needs to be done. Deputy Speaker, and this can't and won't improve while aged care is underfunded and understaffed. Aged care homes are already struggling to retain existing staff, and the token buyout of a retention bonus from the government won't keep aged care workers in the system or attract others while work is insecure and the demand grow day by day. Aged care workers are dedicated, but a warm inner glow doesn't pay the rent or keep food on the table or protect their family from harm. Deputy Speaker Leanne, an aged care worker from Lakehaven, told me recently nothing has been done to retain aged care workers through improved wages or conditions. She says politicians have constantly been told of the crisis. Staff are leaving the workforce. They are burnt-out, tired, sad, working so many additional hours to cover staff shortages. She says we're overwhelmed with conflicting responsibilities to care for residents, look after our own health and that of our family, making sure we don't let our guard down, even in our private lives, so the care of residents is the forefront of our thoughts, even when we're not at work. She goes on, aged care workers are being separated from our families to try and keep the residents safe. How can we continue to work like this? We're giving our absolute best, but that just isn't good enough. Deputy Speaker, it was 4 years yesterday that I lost my father to younger onset dementia, a cruel disease that stole my father from us piece by piece, day by day. I will be forever grateful to the dedicated aged care staff at his daycare centre, in my parents' home, and in resident and in respite care, who lovingly helped to care for my father. But I cannot forgive this Prime Minister for his cuts to aged care as Treasurer, leaving older Australians abandoned and neglected and alone. And I can never forgive the Minister for Aged Care for abandoning older Australians in his care, under his responsibility, and for leaving aged care workers exhausted, overworked and in crisis. Deputy Speaker, in the time I'll have left, I'll finish with the words of Debbie, an aged care worker, from a handwritten letter she handed to me last week. She said, and I quote, "By not acting in a timely manner to rectify past failures in aged care, the Prime Minister continues to enable the neglect of our frail, vulnerable elderly in care. Time is vitally important, especially for those currently in care. Time's running out. Vulnerable Australians are at risk. The Prime Minister must act now."
Has expired. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Next order of the day, Defence Honours and Awards. Resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Bowman.
And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Oxley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the motion regarding the recommendation of the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal for the creation of a new class of medals and clasps which recognises the loss suffered by families of Australian Defence Force personnel killed or wounded as a result of their service. This recommendation was made following a referral of the matter to the Tribunal in January last year by the former Minister for Veterans Affairs and Minister for Defence Personnel. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's worth noting that Australia, through the Order of Australia and the Australian Defence Force Honours and Awards system, already recognises the services of ADF members. However, there is a need for an expression of the gratitude of the nation for individual sacrifice. The Tribunal therefore recommended that the time has come for Australia to initiate a physical expression of its gratitude to members and their families. This would provide a meaningful and widely recognisable expression of national gratitude for the sacrifice of ADF members killed or suffering a serious wound, injury or disease, or as a result of their service and that of their families, and would do so in a way that allows existing Defence Force honours and awards to better tell the story of that service. I'd also like to take the opportunity this afternoon to speak about the contribution many local businesses are making to Australia's defence industry. And in particular, a couple of businesses in my home state of Queensland. Obviously, I've spoken to this chamber before, Mr Deputy Speaker, about the Rheinmetall factory in Redbank, in the heart of the Oxley electorate. I've had the privilege of visiting that facility and am so pleased that a Defence Force capability is being built in the Oxley electorate, and it's certainly my hope and vision as the member for Oxley that our region, particularly in the southwest suburbs of Brisbane and the Ipswich corridor, become the hub or epicentre of Defence Force manufacturing in this country. But in the opportunities I've had of talking to the sector and the industries, I was lucky enough to visit a world-leading Queensland company, Gilmore Space Technologies. The company was founded in 2013 by brothers Adam and James, who by sheer willpower built a company which will be launching small satellites into orbit later this year. Gilmore Space will make lower cost access to space available, and their first payload will be a bushfire early warning satellite. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is incredibly important, this work the company is doing to improve and see our sovereign capability for Australia. The company received support from the Queensland Government, including an investment by QIC announced by the Queensland Treasurer in July last year. This was part of the company's $61 million Series C capital raise. Clearly, the private sector sees the opportunity here, as we all should. The Australian Government recently included space as one of the 14 sovereign industrial capability priorities for defence. And last year, defence scientists signed an agreement with Gilmore Space to develop defence-related space technologies as part of a long-term strategic arrangement. There is plenty happening in this sphere, particularly at Gilmore Space Technologies. I look forward to their first launch from Queensland soil later this year, and I strongly encourage the Federal Government and the Department of Defence to look for more ways to work together to support this company's efforts to get Australia and Queensland into the space race. I'm really proud that Queensland is leading the way when it comes to investment, but also the opportunities for our Defence Force capabilities. I'd also like to highlight the work of Products for Industry, a locally owned and operated business. PFI Aerospace works with the Australian Defence Force using their program Skyfall, a low-cost, high-volume, client-customisable, real-world threat simulator, and they have also unveiled their Australian development program for low-cost, high-speed surrogate ballistic targets designed to provide enhanced local, area and theatre-air defence training for the Australian Defence Force and allied nations. Once again, I commend this motion to the House and the intent behind it. And I want to finish by recognising the incredible service of each and every member of Australia's Defence Force, past and present.
I now call the member for Bean and just say I didn't see you before. You were blocked.
Deputy Speaker, I am a short person, so I can fully understand that. But, Deputy Speaker, it is a privilege to rise and speak to this motion. I'd like to recognise some of my colleagues who are also participating in this debate and may have already spoken. I note in particular the members for Blair, Solomon and Braddon. And the recognition of our veterans and their service is an issue which enjoys bipartisan support in this place. I know all members, not just the ones contributing to this debate, share a common desire to see our veterans and their families cared for and recognised. But, Deputy Speaker, sometimes that care and recognition is elusive and can only be found after some struggle and trouble. That is why this motion is so important. As things stand, Australia lacks formal recognition of the injuries, wounding and death in service. If you look around the world, other countries have formal recognition for wounding and death in service. The United States, of course, famously has the Purple Heart. Canada has the Memorial Cross and the Sacrifice Medal. France has the Medal for War Wounded. India has the Wound Medal. The United Kingdom has the Elizabeth Cross. Sweden has the Armed Forces Medal for Wounded in Battle. But, Deputy Speaker, Australia has no such recognition for our defence personnel who are injured or killed in the course of their service. This is in spite of the fact that since the Second World War, our service personnel have experienced a variety of deployments around the world. These have ranged from peacekeeping missions to counterinsurgency stabilisation missions to direct combat against an enemy force. These deployments have been dangerous and many of our service personnel have been injured or killed. But the dangers from service do not begin and end with the deployment overseas. Deputy Speaker, too many are injured and even killed in training and other everyday occurrences and accidents relating to service. Make no mistake, serving your country carries dangers, and it's frankly baffling that we have no suitable recognition for those who fall victim to those dangers. Deputy Speaker, it was a peacetime accident that brought into stark contrast this lack of recognition for the price of service. In 1996, 2 Black Hawk helicopters carrying troopers from the Special Air Service Regiment collided near Townsville. When the smoke cleared, 15 members of the Special Air Service Regiment were dead, as well as 3 members of the 5th Aviation Regiment. This terrible disaster highlighted that those who were killed and wounded in this accident would receive no formal recognition for their sacrifice. Deputy Speaker, for Kerry and Kay Danes, this accident was a catalyst. Alongside others, they began to campaign for proper recognition for those wounded and killed in service. Like too many other examples, they had to struggle against the inertia of a bureaucracy which often seems allergic to change. Indeed, in the course of my work as the member for Bean, I've been approached by many veterans whose service has not been appropriately recognised. For some, my representations have resulted in some measure of justice and recognition. For others, the work continues, and for some, the recognition comes too late. After some time, the government agreed to an inquiry which resulted in the recommendation from the Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal that we are discussing today. We are finally at a point where we will be able to secure recognition for the service of those killed and injured in our Defence Force. But the final steps are up to this government. The final steps to turn the recommendation from the Tribunal into an applicable mechanism for award recognition are entirely up to this government. Deputy Speaker, I commend this motion and I call on the government to take all necessary steps to finally give full recognition to those wounded and killed in the service of our country.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Next order of the day, education, skills and training. Resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Dunkley.
And the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Access to high-quality public education is a fundamental right, particularly when you're training to work in a dangerous job. Working with horses is one of those jobs. The equine industry is a pillar of the Hawkesbury, estimated to be worth around $160 million a year. Formal training for those working in the industry helps to make sure everyone comes home safely at the end of their day, from the races, from shows, or simply from holding horses for the farrier or leading them from the stables to the paddock. The New South Wales government is undermining this valuable industry in the Hawkesbury by axing equine studies from Richmond TAFE. Under the Liberals' plan, a total of 3 racing industry courses and performance horse studies will go, and farriery will move into animal studies. It also means 12 dedicated TAFE teachers will lose their jobs. Slashing equine courses from Richmond TAFE has caused deep concern among the horse community in the Hawkesbury, from employers to students to teachers, to former Melbourne Cup winning jockey Darren Beedman, now working with global racing giant Godolphin. But I've also heard from people who might have a horse or two in the Hawkesbury who are simply worried about what the cuts will mean for the future of the region. A rally held at the campus last Friday added many more voices calling for an end to these ridiculous proposed cuts. Among those was Brooke, a trainer at Hawkesbury Race Club, responsible for 25 horses. She did her accreditation through TAFE. She said the closure of the equine course will not only mean it'll be harder to find workers to fill roles in her stables, but could make the workplace more dangerous. Brooke says TAFE teaches students horse management, how to manage wounds, how to spot injuries. There's a riding program so students can also safely learn how to manage different horse temperaments. She told me that if the course doesn't exist, they're going to have to learn on the job, but she fears that will lead to more workplace accidents, describing it as a strong possibility. That's the fear of someone in the industry. And Tara, who co-trains horses in the Hawkesbury, has employed students from Richmond TAFE. She just can't believe that the equine courses are being abandoned. Graduate Montana tells me that when she was 16, she travelled for an hour each way by car with her mum to attend Richmond TAFE. She gained a valuable set of skills that landed her a job she loved in the racing industry. Here's what she says: "It gave me so many opportunities in the industry, and if they stop the courses, it's going to take those opportunities away from so many kids." 16-year-old Brianna is one of those kids. She's been riding since she was 5 and wants to turn her passion into a career. She was devastated when her application to study at Richmond this year was unsuccessful, and she came to the rally with her mum to support reinstating the courses. All students at the rally spoke of the extraordinary dedication of the TAFE staff, people who love sharing their passion for the animals and passing on their knowledge. What's also concerning, Deputy Speaker, is what these cuts will mean for the future of the area. There are so many unanswered questions surrounding this move. With the viability of Richmond TAFE undermined, what is the future of that campus? What effect will the cuts have on the future of the local equine industry? And if the industry heads elsewhere, will we see more development and a loss of what is now prized rural lifestyle? Access to quality vocational job training and education should be expanded, not dismantled. It's what an Albanese government would deliver, providing 465,000 free TAFE places. That's including 45,000 new places under our free TAFE plan. The Liberal National Government's cut TAFE and slashed apprenticeships for nearly a decade now, and we have 85,000 fewer apprenticeships and traineeships compared to 2013. That's what a government has done. Cuts like what's happening in Richmond are part of the Liberals' privatisation by stealth, something we want to end by ensuring at least 70% of Commonwealth funding and Commonwealth vocational education funding is dedicated to our public TAFE. Free TAFE will help rebuild industries hit hardest by the pandemic, like hospitality and tourism, as well as meet current and future needs in the care economy, things like childcare, aged care, disability care, nursing and community services. Free TAFE will provide opportunities for school leaders in the new energy jobs and advanced manufacturing of the future, and only Labor will deliver that.
Member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As the member for Chisholm, I want people in my community from Box Hill to Willis Hill to get ahead, whether that is through developing a new skill or pursuing further study. Today, I am proud to say that Australia's education and training system is strong, with guaranteed choices for Australians looking into a job. The Morrison government remains steadfast in its commitment to ensuring that Australians have the right skills for the workforce of today and the future. That's why we are providing a record $7.7 billion in skills and training this year. That is more than double the pre-COVID levels, to support students and apprentices, training organisations and employers. As part of our economic response to COVID-19, we are providing free or low-fee training courses across the nation through the $2 billion Job Trainer Fund, so Australians can upskill or reskill in areas of identified skills need. This is a fantastic program, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And just less than 2 weeks ago, it was great to be able to talk all job trainer with the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, and Minister for Employment, Workforce, Skills, Small and Family Business, Stuart Robert. The setting was Core Equipment Solutions in Mulgrave, an amazing local trucking company and a fitting place to share the news that Job Trainer has now seen more than 300,000 enrolments across the country, with nearly 300,000 enrolments across the country, with nearly 100,000 course completions in areas of employment growth. I want to take this opportunity to thank CORE Managing Director Stephen Putras for hosting us on site and for talking us through some of the company's own fantastic training programs. In contrast to this record of achievement, you have the Labour Party. When it comes to helping Australians get the skills they need to get into a job, Anthony Albanese's record is pretty clear, and it's a record of failure. The last time Labor was in government, in 2012-13, the number of apprentices and trainees in training collapsed by 22%, or 110,000. Between 2011 and 2013, when Anthony Albanese sat around the cabinet table, Labor cut employers' incentives to businesses that employ apprentices 9 times, totaling $1.2 billion. And let's not forget the failed VET fee help system, which resulted in thousands of Australians being lured into dodgy courses with free iPads and dubious career opportunities. And now you have to feel for the member for Dunkley, who has been sent out to attack our skills and training policies when it is those same policies that have delivered record numbers of trade apprentices in her own electorate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, departmental program data demonstrates trade apprenticeships hit over 1,540 in Dunkley in September 2021, the highest number on record, and an increase of 41% since Labor left office. So it is clear Australia's skills system is firing ahead, both in the member for Dunkley's electorate and across the nation. It is not, as the Labor Party would argue, a system in crisis. The only people talking down skills and training in Australia seemed to be Anthony Albanese and the rest of the Labor Party. Well, they're entitled to do it, but we'll just keep getting on with the job of delivering more jobs and more opportunities for the people of Chisholm and the people of Australia.
Member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Solomon.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Speaker, and don't know quite what to make of the member for Chisholm's contribution just then. We do have different values, very different values and different priorities, and I'm obviously really glad I put my name down to speak on this motion because it's incredibly important. We often hear that this catch cry that, you know, Liberal and Labor, they're all the same, and you know, there's that bloke that keeps putting those ads on the front of the newspaper saying, you know, that we're the same, but I'm sure those opposite would agree that we're not the same. We have different values when it comes to different policy settings. I think it's just become the catch cry of opportunists, the cynical, disengaged, or others that have different motives altogether. But it is true that most of the time, and I tell people this, Mr Deputy Speaker, when I'm in my electorate, that we work together across the aisle most of the time. But from time to time we have differences in policy because we attach a different value to things. I'm proud that when it comes to education, that it is really important in our mob, and that's what I'll talk about. I won't be like the member for Chisholm, just having a crack at the opposition leader with some ridiculous stats he's plucked from somewhere. But I agree with the member for Dunkley. I think she's completely right when she said in her motion that, and I quote, "The inequity in education, skills and training opportunities has been exacerbated by the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic and the government's decisions to, amongst other things, increase the cost of higher education, refuse to fund free access to public TAFE and neglect of the needs of the school system," end quote. And the facts are that the universities weren't supported. There's been a disregard for the building of skills among young Australians and the opportunities that they need.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed and at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and in continuation, I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. In continuation, I was just saying how committed Federal Labor is to education, and I was painting a picture of what had happened prior to COVID pandemic arriving, and I guess the dangers were there for all to see. Before the pandemic, we had this over-reliance on international students. We sort of assumed that they would always be travelling here. Once the pandemic hit, the federal government excluded higher education from its JobKeeper package, providing a further and completely unnecessary hit to the bottom line of universities. And we all know, of course, Deputy Speaker, that some companies and organisations with rising revenue that were doing well and didn't need JobKeeper got it, but the unis really struggled. Now, the federal government did drop the ball when it comes to supporting unis, but we on this side will not and have not. We have a series of plans which will put the sector back on track with real benefits for every level of education in this country. We'll start by rebuilding that tertiary education sector that was so badly hit during the pandemic by creating up to 20,000 new university places across the country, including at Charles Darwin University in my electorate. We're also going to stop the rot in the skills and training being provided by providing a massive 465,000 free TAFE players, which will give every Aussie kid the opportunity to learn at TAFE for a vet training provider. We'll take advantage of the opportunity presented by the climate crisis to support 10,000 new energy apprenticeships, and all of this underpinned by an Australian skills guarantee. For younger Australians in primary and high schools that have faced so much disruption, we'll invest $440 million to improve ventilation in classrooms and provide more counselling and psychological support. Now, I've got a couple of young kids at primary school, Deputy Speaker. All the staff have been fantastic. We've done better than most with the pandemic up in the Northern Territory in terms of having the kids at school for longer, but I just want to put a shout out to all our educators, principals and staff that have done such a wonderful job, and we'll keep backing them.
Members' time has expired. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Longman. Is the member for Longman there?
Yes, Deputy Speaker, I'm just looking. Can you see me now?
Yes, we can see you.
Go
ahead.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australia's education, skills and training systems are important for our country's foundation. Education and training lays the groundwork for strong economic growth and creates pathways for more jobs skilled and experienced workers and stability across the nation. The Morrison government recognises that young Australians have been heavily impacted by COVID-19 lockdowns, creating increased levels of stress and anxiety, disrupted school routines, restricted face-to-face contact, and difficulties associated with social relationships. But the resilience and adaptability of each and every school system and in each and every teacher is to be applauded. It is great to see that more than 4 million students have returned to the classroom for 2022. The education and training of young Australians is paramount because choosing to invest the time it takes to hone the skills you need to get into a job is one of the most important decisions you will ever make, because the skills you develop can help you get your dream job. I want people in my community of Longman to get ahead, whether that's through developing a new skill or pursuing further study. I'm proud to say that today's Australian education and training systems are strong with guaranteed choices for Australians looking to get into a job or wanting to start a trade or their dream career. The Australian government remains steadfast in its commitment to ensuring that people have the right skills for the workforce today and the future. And I expect the future of education and training to be even stronger under the Morrison government. Through record funding, $7.1 billion in this financial year alone, the Morrison government is ensuring Australians, whether they live in a city, on the outskirts of a city, or in a rural or regional area, can get into high-quality jobs in their local area. Today, our $2 billion Job Trainer Fund is supporting our 463,000 low-fee courses in areas of skills shortage through TAFE and registered training organisations. We are seeing results. We started 2022 on the right track with almost 500,000 job-ready Australians already skilled up with over 300,000 job trainer enrolments and the highest level of trade apprentices on record with 220,000 in training. That is why the government is providing a record $7.7 billion investment in skills and training this year, 2021-22, more than double pre-COVID levels to support students, apprentices, training organisations and employers. As part of its economic response to COVID-19, the Australian government is providing free or low-fee training courses across the nation through its $2 billion Job Trainer Fund so Australians can upskill or reskill in areas of identified skills need. This investment has seen more than 300,000 job trainer enrolments across the country with nearly 100,000 course completions in areas of employment growth. As part of the 2021-22 budget, the Australian government extended the Job Trainer Fund until 31st of December 2022 and expanded it to fund a further 163,000 placements. Great news indeed. Under the extension, any Australian who wants to enrol in aged care, digital skills, disability care or childcare qualification can access a job trainer place, regardless of their age, employment status or prior qualifications. In addition to Job Trainer, the Australian government has invested $4.8 billion over 4 years from 2020 to 2021 through the Boosting Apprenticeship Commencements wage subsidy to support businesses and group training organisations to take on new apprentices and trainees. This includes $1.2 billion announced in the 2020-21 budget, $2.7 billion announced in the 2021-22 budget, and a further $900 million through the Portfolio Additional Estimate Statements 2021-22. There are already more than 1,300 apprentices in Longman, and these new measures will lead to even more opportunities for apprentices and trainees in my electorate and around the country, with expanded wage subsidies. The number of Australians taking up a trade apprenticeship is at its highest level since data was first collected in 1963. And when it comes to school funding, this government invested a record $23.4 billion for all Australian schools last year, and will invest a further record $24.8 billion this year. Since we first came to government, funding across all schools has increased by 80% and will increase by a further 40% by 2029. Commonwealth funding for government schools has doubled by 100.7% since 2013 and will see a further 46% increase to 2029. We've locked in record school funding that provides fairer funding for Australian schools, agreed to by all states and territories and approved school authorities. The success of these initiatives.
Member's time has expired. And
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
there being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, order of the day number 3, cyber attacks. Resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Fisher.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to contribute to this important motion today about the impact of cyber security and, moreover, the attacks that have taken place against Australia and Australians. There are many well-known sayings we're familiar with in this place. Safest houses, used to be the safest Bank of England. If something is secure or impenetrable, we always used to say it was secure as Fort Knox. Well, it's no longer enough to ensure that our banks are safe and secure, but our IT and online software programs need to be as well. It's more than just the buildings and the infrastructure. It's the software, it's the computer hard drives, etc. Today's motion refers to the impacts of cyber attacks on Australian businesses, and some would assume cyber attacks are simply targeted at large organisations and corporations. I say not so. Not so at all. Unfortunately, I've seen it even locally with such organisations as Riverina Water. Just last year, the local water supply organisation for the southern part of my electorate, servicing 73,000 people with fresh drinking, domestic water across 4 local government areas, had its IT systems hacked as a result of an unauthorised electronic intrusion. They are not alone. Indeed, we've heard from previous government speakers in this and other debates about the attacks on local governments and on other organisations. And it's critical that people update their software, put those patches on. It's critical that indeed they do visit the various government websites. Cyber.gov.au would be a very good start to take the steps to protect themselves, their businesses, their families, and Australia's digital sovereignty. Protect their businesses, their bottom lines, because to get hacked means that you could very well have all your information sent overseas by nefarious characters who would use it to harm you, potentially your families, and indeed Australia's digital sovereignty. We heard some very good remarks in question time today from the Minister for Home Affairs, who talked about last November this government introducing into Parliament and passing the first tranche of its critical infrastructure reform so that our nation is much better equipped to deal with a range of threats, including cyber attacks. And that was the first stage of a 2-part legislative approach. And last week, the Home Affairs Minister introduced the second tranche of this critical infrastructure legislation into the House of Representatives, and it includes changes that will deal with risk management systems and how requirements for systems of national significance are actually put in place and administered. And Minister Andrews talked about the Australian Cyber Security Centre receiving more than 67,500 cybercrime reports just last financial year alone, and more than a quarter of those incidents were on critical infrastructure systems. She said these critical infrastructure systems are the systems that deliver essential services that all Australians rely on. They include such things as water and sewage, energy, our banking and financial services, transport, and food and groceries. As she said, and as she reported to the House in question time today, any threat to these very vital services is a threat to our way of life. And anybody who becomes complacent about these things, that is a critical error to make. Because, as I said, it's very often the case that it's small businesses, family-run businesses that are the target of these attacks. In an article of April 2021 in the Australian Financial Review, it was reported that more than half of the number of businesses in Australia reported being cyber-attacked. More than half. That is an amazing statistic. And the review reported that these businesses lost an average of 4 days of productivity just to get their businesses back online. I mean, the frustration, the exasperation. You're trying to run a small business, often, particularly during COVID, it's difficult enough without these attacks, and that's why I urge and encourage people to visit cyber.gov.au. And the other thing too is half of these businesses impacted paid their attackers, and many did not get the data which was stolen returned. So there's a lesson to be learnt there. But again, make sure you've got the right patches, make sure you've got the right processes in place, and never, ever be complacent when it comes to cyber security.
There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4, naval shipbuilding. Motion to be moved by the member for Macon.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Sorry. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I move the motion relating to naval shipbuilding in the terms in which it appears in the notice paper. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Coalition has been in government in this country for 19 of the last 25 years, and it has been in government for the last 9 years. And today, when the government talks up the importance of national and regional security, when there is instability in the region, and when Australia should be prepared, Australia has an ageing submarine fleet, no submarine replacement contract, and no clear path for the replacement submarines. All we have is an announcement about nuclear submarines and an agreement with the USA and the UK. None of us know what's in that agreement, but we have supposedly an agreement. We don't know who the supplier is going to be. We don't know how many submarines are going to be ordered. We don't know what the cost will be. We don't have a delivery date, and we have no commitment whatsoever for the Australian workforce content or even the skills that will be required if we do have Australian participation in the build. Simultaneously, we have thousands of workers and small businesses throughout this country who had secured contracts and work from the French sub replacement program, left hanging with no contract, no work and no certainty about their own future. Hundreds of millions and perhaps even billions of dollars have been wasted over the French submarine contract. Again, we'll probably never know what the real figure is, but there is no doubt that the figure will run into those amounts of money. Such is the incompetence of the Morrison government. In the last 9 years, this coalition government has gone from a Japanese proposal under the Abbott Prime Ministership to a French contract under the Prime Ministership of Turnbull and the Defence Minister Pyne, and now to the US-UK nuclear option under Prime Minister Morrison and Defence Minister Dutton. This is a serious issue where Australia's incompetence has undoubtedly damaged Australia's credibility and trust around the world, and in particular with important allies in Japan and the European Union. Now we have credible reports that the proposed Hunter-class frigates may also not be fit for purpose. The BAE model is reportedly too slow, unsafe and more costly to run. These are huge investments, estimated at $45 billion alone for the 9 frigates. To have doubts about the design and suitability before we even start the build highlights again the incompetence and bungling of this government. Again, I hope we don't go down the path of seeing hundreds of millions of dollars wasted again. And what is somewhat concerning is that BAE has been mooted as possibly who is the builder of these frigates is also being suggested as the possible builder of the submarines. And that in itself raises questions. Of course, none of the government ministers responsible for those decisions are likely to be around in 10 or 20 years' time whenever any of these vessels, be it the frigates, which are supposed to come on stream in 2033 or thereabouts, or the submarines in 2040, will be around to be held to account for their decisions today. Just as former Minister Christopher Pyne, who campaigned on delivering the submarine contract to South Australians in 2016, is no longer here to account for the embarrassing backflip and failure of his government to deliver for South Australia.
Deputy Speaker, the real issue here is that the naval fleet and the work attached to it is so important, particularly for given the decimation of the auto industry by this government around Australia, and particularly in South Australia, where the hope was that the naval contracts would at least pick up some of the losses that we incurred as a result of the auto industry being closed. Sadly, we have no guarantee that that will be the case at all, and particularly with the submarine contract, which was mooted for the last 6 or 7 years as being a winner for South Australia. We now have an agreement which tells us nothing about where the submarines will be built and how many jobs will be created in South Australia, and what research and development from the South Australian defence industries will go into that. Once again, we see another key South Australian industry left in limbo, skilled workers being lost, businesses struggling to stay afloat because the Morrison government treats South Australia as irrelevant, and the South Australian Marshall Liberal government is too weak to stand up for South Australia.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Sorry, I'll second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Okay. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I got quite excited when I saw this motion on the pages and talking about naval shipbuilding and the member for Macon moving it, and I thought, well, this is great. We're going to see some praise, some well-earned praise, some well-deserved praise for the coalition government and what it's done for naval shipbuilding, what it's done for defence investment, what it's done for the fine state of South Australia. But all we get is carping and whining and whinging, typical negativity. And I like the member for Macon. He's a great fellow. But that 5 minutes that he just delivered is 5 minutes of my life I'm not going to get back, and I'm annoyed about that fact because I thought he was going to talk up our sovereign capability. I thought he was going to talk up the fact that we are investing record amounts. And I thought he might have even been just a little tad honest with the fact that during the Gillard and Rudd years that defence spending dropped, and the Defence Minister talked about it in question time today, to 1.56% of gross domestic product. Now, that was the lowest level since 1938, and the member for Macon knows, as we all do, what happened in 1939. Now, we are putting in place investment of $90 billion in new naval ships and submarines, and the member for Macon should be talking that up, because South Australia is going to play a key role, a key part in that shipbuilding. More than $1 billion in modern shipyard infrastructure.
Just remind the member for Macon that he was heard in silence during his speech. Hey, give the same due respect to the other speakers. Thank you.
Up to $62 million in workforce growth and skilling initiatives to enable the delivery of these platforms, because it's not just the ships, it's not just the infrastructure to build those ships, it's the people. It's upskilling those people. It's making sure we've got the right trades and the right apprentices, and when it comes to getting young people into the workforce to do all those sorts of jobs, there's no better side of the House to do it than the Liberals and Nationals, because we've got a proven track record. And the member for Macon talked about the longevity of this government and talked about how many years over the past quarter of a century that we'd been in government. And there's a reason for that, and that's because the people of Australia know and trust that when it comes to national security, when it comes to defence investment, that we will be the right ones on the Treasury benches to deliver. And deliver we are doing. Now, I note the member's reference to the contract with the naval group and the AUKUS announcement, and I'm not going to enter into a debate with contractual arrangements. They form part of the national security that is quite rightly kept within those confines with the Prime Minister and Defence Chiefs and others who form important and decide national security. And whilst I recognise the talents and skills of those who work in Macon, I do, I welcome any opportunity for workers in any electorate of Australia to partake in this process. And I know when I was a former Assistant Minister of Defence and indeed Minister for Veterans Affairs, going around to the various, not just the military bases, but indeed where they actually manufacture the armoured personnel carriers and other equipment. It's not just where the actual product gets completed. It's all the other towns and manufacturing plants and factories from right across the nation, including Tasmania. I thought the member for Braddon might have still been here and acknowledge his service, but it's right across the country that feeds into that process of getting the right military equipment, and that is what we're doing. Indeed, when it comes to shipbuilding, 70 defence vessels and 1,700 vehicles being built in Australia right now. Right now, we're getting on with the job. We're getting the job done. That's because the people trust us when it comes to defence, when it comes to national security, and certainly when it comes to shipbuilding. They know that the Liberals and Nationals will deliver. They know and they remember that when Labor was last in office, there was not a ship built. Labor did not build a single ship. We are getting on with the job. We're fixing up the errors of the past, the Labor past, and we're making sure that for us, national security comes first.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I too rise to speak on this important motion, and I thank the member for Macon for raising this very important debate. Deputy Speaker, for South Australians, the defence industry jobs were meant to provide a vital lifeline following the loss of manufacturing in our state, especially the loss of General Motors Holdens, where thousands of people worked in that particular industry, not just at GMH but other manufacturing plants around the place supporting GMH. But, Deputy Speaker, I've got to say that this government's continued mismanagement of defence contracts has thrown this industry into chaos and insecurity. The Australian naval shipbuilding industry is facing a double threat. Firstly, Deputy Speaker, we have the submarines, and most experts feel that the decision to switch to the nuclear option makes sense from a defence point of view, especially given that the French submarines contract was plagued by cost blowout changes in the commitment of local content and delays. Deputy Speaker, we on this side of the House have been supportive of the arrangements with the AUKUS deal, or the Australian, UK, US deal, but that doesn't mean we can ignore this government's constant bungling of defence contracts, nor should it detract from the fact that it was a diplomatic debacle with the potential to impact Australia's honour, security and sovereignty. Deputy Speaker, as a consequence of this mismanagement, around 350 Naval Group Australia jobs will be lost in South Australia, the majority of which are all in SA, not to mention further potential job losses and uncertainty about the future of some of the supply chain companies. To date, Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister has not provided any detail or guarantees of whether the submarines will be built in Adelaide. This creates continued uncertainty for the workers and associated industries. We must ensure that Australian industry is involved in the development of these submarines from the start in order, Deputy Speaker, to ensure that Australia has the capability to maintain the vessels into the future. Now, last week, this was reiterated to me during a meeting I had with representatives from Engineers Australia, and their studies have shown that to meet the demand for workers over the next 12 months, the defence industry will be required to grow at unprecedented levels. This can be challenging at the best of times, as we all know, given the unique nature of defence jobs such as security clearances and a whole range of other things. While Australia possesses some skills in nuclear, we lack the skills required to be capable of working on the maintenance of nuclear-propelled submarines. In fact, an Australian Department of Defence paper from 2016, looking into Australia's requirement for submarines, noted the government had ruled out nuclear since the time required to amass such support systems and skilled people would extend beyond the time frame for replacement of the Collins-class fleet. Deputy Speaker, I understand it takes 5 to 7 years of postgraduate experience before an engineer is considered competent for independent practice. This means we need to begin training our local workforce, our skilled workforce, immediately if they're required by 2032 and if we want to employ people here in this country. Given these challenges, we must ask the question, even if the submarines are built locally, how many of the jobs will be local? Deputy Speaker, it is not only the submarine project that is creating uncertainty for workers and industry. There are now reports that raise concerns that the future frigates program is facing multiple technical capability and safety issues. The future frigates, the second largest procurement project in Australia's history, is based in Adelaide. And it's another example of mismanagement by this Morrison government. It's already running $15 billion over budget. It has faced delays over several years, and now we learn there's serious concerns that they make the vessels slower, vulnerable to detection and with limited range. Deputy Speaker, the Morrison government must take control of our critical defence contracts, get them back on track and see these projects delivered and create local jobs and save the current jobs. We on this side of the House have provided bipartisan commitment to spend the $270 billion on defence over the next 10 years. We've committed to the nuclear-propelled submarines, but we now want to see a clear commitment by this Morrison government, a clear commitment of this Morrison government and the State Marshall government to growing our sovereign defence industry with a focus on creating local jobs.
Order. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Cowper.
Well, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. And if the global pandemic has reminded us of anything at all, it's the importance of national security, our sovereign capability and the impact that this has on Australian jobs and the Australian economy. And minimising our reliance and the impact from external supply chains and other state forces has never been more important. And thankfully, this government is committed to effectively facilitating all of the above, and Australia's shipbuilding industry forms an important part of this commitment. In fact, a recapitalisation commitment this significant has not been seen since World War II. Deputy Speaker, the sad fact is that Australia's national security and strategic environment has seen a negative downturn in recent years, with military modernisation evolving at speeds not experienced before. The capabilities of potential threatening sources have been rapidly advancing and expanding, meaning our homegrown technology edge is not what it used to be. We are now in a position that we must act swiftly to meet the evolving threat, with the Indo-Pacific region now at the centre of strategic competition. It is uncomfortable to realise that our naval shipbuilding enterprise faces a real threat from foreign espionage. I've said this when discussing matters previously, matters relating to national security, but the sad fact is what you can't see can hurt you. There are those with different interests to our own that seek to compromise or collect Australian intelligence, and unfortunately, this includes our next generation of naval capability. Thankfully, under the current proposed reforms to the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act, the federal government is introducing a naval shipbuilding identity assurance program. Harnessing the capabilities of AUSTRAC, it will provide a constant and consistent level of background checking and identity assurance for every person requiring unescorted access to our naval shipyards and multi-user sustainment sites. It will be modelled on the Aviation Security Identity Card, also managed by AUSTRAC, which is used to conduct background checks on people requiring access to restricted areas and airports, and to date this has proven very effective. It is a relief to see the program will be rolled out very quickly in the coming year. On a very positive note, Deputy Speaker, in my own electorate of Cowper, companies like Burden Group and Bale Defence are set to benefit directly from the renewed focus of national naval shipbuilding enterprise. Both Port Macquarie-based companies have previously secured large-scale overseas contracts, and in recent months it was great to see Bale Defence awarded the ADF contract to supply 40 rough terrain vehicles with potential for larger future orders. It will be exciting to see the Mid-North Coast local ingenuity being utilised for our own naval capability, as it absolutely should be. Seeing our world-class local heavy engineering and industrial manufacturing capabilities used to their full potential is a gratifying prospect. This commitment to naval shipbuilding will support at least 15,000 jobs nationwide by the end of the decade, and I look forward to seeing Burden Group and Bale Defence expand their teams and capabilities. But in doing so, we must recognise that mid-size and small Australian companies are more cost competitive than the large overseas primes and their subsidiaries and suppliers. Australian companies must be given the opportunity to compete and participate on a level playing field as prime contractors, and examples like Burden and Bale Defence in my electorate have already proven their capability and cost competitiveness in not only US military contracts worth over billions of dollars just for the two over the past decade, receiving high praise and quality for their high praise for quality performance. Deputy Speaker, before now, I appreciate there's been a reluctance for local companies to invest in equipment and manpower without the security of Australian contracts to shore up the spend. This government's long-term commitment now and into the future will allow local industry to invest with confidence. Thank you.
Order. The time allocated for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 4, Australian Defence Force Cadets.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to speak on this motion this evening. And firstly, I'd like to thank the members who moved the motion in my absence in previous sitting weeks, because it's a great opportunity as part of debating this motion to express my unwavering support for the Australian Defence Force cadets, their vital service to the country and the work that they do instilling values into our young people. Service, courage, respect, integrity and excellence. These are the values of the ADF cadets that underpins their mission to lead and serve our nations and our local communities and also our nation. In particular, I'm very proud that the Ryan electorate has a number of ADF cadet units, including at the Gallipoli Barracks at Enoggera, but also located in a number of schools within the electorate. It's of course a community-based youth development program that focuses on preserving the customs and traditions of the Australian Defence Force, and that's incredibly important for the Ryan community, because the Ryan community is, as I said, home to the Gallipoli Barracks, so many of serving defence personnel, but also ex-defence personnel and veterans who have chosen to stay located in the local area and have also located there as part of their service at the Amberley Barracks further down the highway. So we have a very proud tradition in the Ryan electorate of supporting our servicemen and women and veterans, and of promoting the values and the ethos of the Australian Defence Force, and the cadets is a tremendous way to do that. Last year in May, I'm just trying to get my dates right, and with COVID things tend to blend together, but I was very pleased to have the Assistant Minister for Defence, Andrew Hastie, come to the electorate. It was one of the few visits that I think he was able to successfully complete, given the on and off borders of Western Australia. But to have a look at the site and to have discussions with those who are helping me lead the charge for the new Brookfield Cadet Unit in the electorate of Ryan. The Morrison government, at my urging, has already committed some $100,000 in funding to help get this new cadet unit up off the ground. There's significant need in the local community. Brookfield is some distance from the existing cadet unit over at Enoggera, and already having put the call out that we were looking to establish this unit, over 40 young people have put up their hands and said they are keen to become cadets as this unit is started up. Assistant Minister Hastie is obviously not only revered for his own service, but not many people would know that he was a cadet himself, and credits the cadets with instilling that love of service and that love of country, and encouraging him as he got older, to then join up to serve in the ADF as well. So it was great to have him there to talk all things cadets, because not only is it his portfolio, but he embodies what we are trying to achieve with the program in terms of instilling those values in our young Australians, and then hopefully inspiring them to go on to a career of service with the ADF. And I really want to give a shout out to those local residents who are helping in this endeavour to put the new cadet unit together. And that is the President of the Kenmore Mogul RSL sub-branch, Lieutenant Colonel Rick Marr, and the sub-branch Treasurer and former officer in the Royal Engineers of the British Army, Richard Ponsberry, and Leonie Smith as well. All of these individuals have been instrumental in getting this cadet unit started. It was their initiative when they came to me and said, look, we'd really like to start this up. Can you secure some initial funding, which indeed we have been able to do. And as the unit progresses ultimately to establishment, they are working incredibly hard, all three of them. Rick and Richard are obviously both servicemen themselves and are devoted to bringing that to our local youth as I am. So a shout out to them, and a shout out, of course, to the 129 Australian Army Cadet Unit, which, as I said, is based at the Gallipoli Barracks at Enoggera. They have some 144 currently serving cadets. So that unit is going very strong, and despite the COVID-19 restrictions, they've still been able to conduct regular parades together and weekend activities, including obstacle courses and other ways to build their skills as part of the cadet training program. So it's been a pleasure to deliver that $100,000 worth of funding, and I very much look forward to welcoming our very first cadets in the very near future to the Brookfield Cadet Unit and helping to see those values instilled in even more young people within the Ryan electorate.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Ryan for his motion and pleased to support it. The ADF Cadet Program is a community-based youth development program focused on leadership and team building at a time when other youth development programs are declining. The cadets remain a popular, respected and reputable youth program. The cadet program has been successful at appealing to a diverse audience, attracting a high ratio of young women into its ranks and Australians from culturally diverse backgrounds. For our part, Labor supported legislative changes following the 2015 First Principles Review of Defence that provide a clearer legal framework for the cadets. These changes establish the cadets as a volunteer-based youth development organisation and enhance the administrative oversight of the cadets. Our future Labor government will continue to support the cadets as an important youth development program while avoiding an excessive administrative burden on those volunteers who make this program possible. There are about 28,000 cadets currently enrolled in 3 cadet programs, about 4,200 officers, instructors and approved helpers who supervise and support these young people, and about 584 ADF cadet units across the states and territories. And I've had the privilege of engaging with a number of cadet units in and around the electorate of Blair. There are Army and Navy cadet units in Ipswich up at Milford Street, and of course in Springfield as well with the member for Oxley. And Air Force cadet units at the RAF base at Amley, the largest Air Force base in Australia, based in Ipswich in my electorate. I want to take this opportunity to commend all our ADF cadets and recognise the great work of the many volunteer cadet leaders and staff, many of whom are parents or former cadets or veterans themselves who give up their time to mentor these young people. Indeed, one of my electorate staff, Tyler Brennan, is a former cadet and now a cadet instructor. And thank you, Tyler, for the work you do with the cadets. ADF cadets are an important source of defence recruitment for the ADF, with many cadets going to serve in a permanent ADF capacity or in the reserves. We recognise this on our side and the important role of the cadets and the commitment to their continuity and growth. An Albanese Labor government will ensure a vibrant and well-equipped cadet program into the future. This is critical because, really, in many ways, the current government has failed when it comes to recruitment and retention of defence personnel. And the cadets, of course, like in youth sporting programs, provide a conduit into the ADF as youth sporting teams do into the, say, the NRL or the AFL, the AFLW, or the A-League or any other elite sporting competitions. The latest Defence annual report shows that in 2021, Defence only met 90% of the permanent force recruitment targets, and we know it has failed to meet the 2016 Defence White Paper targets every year since 2015-16. At the same time, the 2020 Defence Strategic Update Force and Structure Plan showed the workforce costs are set to fall as a percentage of the defence budget, while capability acquisitions will rise. So in other words, investment in defence people and defence jobs is significantly lower than spending on capability and procurement. Given the government's failing to meet its current recruitment targets and that personnel shortages are already impacting the ADF, this issue could become a pressing defence capability issue in the future. Back in 2020, as part of the Defence Strategic Update, the government promised it would deliver a new defence workforce strategy in the following year, in 2021. Well, 2021 came and went, and they failed to release it. Now we hear the government will release this Defence Strategic Workforce Plan in early 2022, a year late. We understand it's been delayed by the new AUKUS agreement between Australia, the UK and the USA, and that's disappointing and puts, obviously, national security issues front and centre. Of course, there's no guarantee the government is on track to meet the current white paper target of 62,400 personnel, so we need to see the new workforce plan as soon as possible if we're going to have enough people to actually operate the ADF, both permanent and reserve. So the government talks a big game when it comes to defence, but the reality is they've failed not only when it comes to defence capability and major acquisitions, but they've failed to recruit and retain enough ADF personnel to keep this country safe now or in the future. The 9 years they have no credible plan to grow ADF, and that's where the cadets come in. And we want to commend the cadets, and they played a key role in the pathway to ADF recruitment. And I commend the work they do, and I thank them for what they do, their instructors, their helpers and the cadet units around the country. And Labor will continue to support this important youth development program.
Order. The question is the motion be agreed to. And I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, I join my colleague, the member for Blair, in congratulating the cadets across our country. In my electorate of Bendigo, it is an old town. It's a town which has a long defence history, and we too are home to Army cadets, Air Force cadets and Navy cadets. And we see them each and every Anzac Day playing an important role. Not just our Anzac Days, but a number of our other events that happen. Our RSLs quite regularly call upon our cadets to participate, to help to do the flag raising at their activities. Cadets are critical, as others have said, as providing an opportunity and pathway to young people who might be interested in a career in the ADF. But they do so much more than introduce young people to our Australian Defence Force opportunities. They also provide young people with an opportunity to come together to learn leadership skills, participate in team activities and to be engaged in a really proactive and positive environment. It's a team, and you're part of a team when you're part of the cadets. Not all young people are active in sport. Not all young people are active in theatre. Cadets provide young people an opportunity to be involved in another activity after school. It's not for everyone, but for some people, they really connect with it. For some of them, they make friends for life through being involved in the cadets, regardless of whether they go on to a career or not. It's been particularly hard for young people in all of our electorates and in Victoria over the last 2 years. And I do want to give a special shout out to the people in my electorate, including the cadets, who haven't been able to gather like they usually do. There haven't been a lot of activities. Our Anzac services have been pared back because of COVID. They haven't been able to gather regularly on their parade nights because of social distancing requirements, or they've had to do it via Zoom. Now, as one young cadet said to me, that after having schooling via Zoom all day, the last thing they wanted to do was their cadets via Zoom. It kind of missed the point about why they would gather in person. So it has been a challenging 2 years for these young people, for all young people. Last year I spoke to our Year 12s, getting close to graduation. They were Year 11s when they were doing homeschooling, and then most of Year 12 homeschooling, and just asked them, what were their plans and hopes for the future. and also to offer them an apology. It wasn't supposed to be this way. Those final 2 years of schooling are such a rite of passage. There's a plan from day one about what your final 2 years looks like, and for so many of our young people, they just didn't get that opportunity. School formals looked different, exams looked different, being able to get together and do the regular extracurricular activities at school looked different. And a number of them deferred their studies, didn't go to study. They said they weren't going to study this year, that they were going to look for other opportunities. So I think that when we're talking about our cadets, we need to talk more broadly about young people in Australia and work out what we're offering a generation of teenagers, of people in their early 20s, a generation of younger people that have missed out on so much that the rest of us got to do because of COVID. Yes, it's different in states like WA and Queensland, but in states like Victoria and New South Wales that were subject to a lot of changes around what we could do, this is a generation that didn't get those rite of passage moments like the rest of us. This is a generation where they may have not got the marks that they wanted, they may not be studying. This is a generation where home ownership is looking more and more less likely. This is a generation where it is looking like they will have 4 or 5 career changes, maybe even more than that. So the more that our government can do to create opportunities for younger Australians, the better. If we have more cadets programs leading into apprenticeship programs within the Defence Force, the better. If we looked at expanding out and paying a proper wage to people who might want to work in conservation, the better. There's an opportunity for us here in this place to really think about how we can support that generation of young people who've really borne the brunt of a lot of what's happened with COVID. I couldn't imagine being 18 or 19 and having to go through the last 2 years of what a lot of our young people in Australia have done. They should be congratulated, but they should also be listened to. So I'm keen to hear more from our cadets about what they'd like to see in the future. I'd like to thank them for what they do. We couldn't have the events that we have in Bendigo without their service. And I'd also like to encourage any young person thinking about it to give it a go. You might meet a best friend, you might have a career in the ADF, and you might have some good fun along the way.
Order. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the day of the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5, sovereign fuel security. Motion to be moved by the member for Kennedy.
And I give the call to the member for Kennedy.
Mr Speaker, in moving this resolution of the House, we're talking about defence. For those who don't know, and I would hope everyone does know, that China and Russia have been meeting, and all China wants is Taiwan, and all Russia wants is the Ukraine. Well, we've heard it all before, haven't we? All I want is the Sudetenland, and then all I want is Czechoslovakia, and then all I want is Poland, and then all I want is Russia. So it is a terrible time which we get into. Now, you talk about defence, honestly, the ALP and the LNP in this place should hang their head in shame. You've got 2 days' fuel supplies. I mean, when we kicked up a hell of a stink about the fuel supplies, there was an emergency supply tankers put in America, on the other side of the globe. Now, what we've moved is for a ban on the export of oil. There can be nothing more illogical and stupid than to allow 27% of our requirements in diesel and petrol to go overseas and then we buy them back. Well, they go overseas to Singapore and to South Korea. If China places an embargo, they wouldn't do that. Well, we'll talk to the Germans in the First World War when Winston Churchill made sure the Anglos had control of every drop of oil on earth, and the Germans decided we're going to be a third-rate power or we go to war. The Second World War, well, we all know what forced Japan into the war, an oil embargo. As a young man, I think it's 21 years of age, I joined up because we were at war with Indonesia. What over? Borneo oil. But this government has no supply of oil whatsoever in the country. They can't use their own Australian oil because it can't be processed in our refineries, except for about 3% of it. So if China embargoes our fuel, the whole thing becomes a mockery. There is no way that you can move one single soldier from that point to that point. So we're moving this bill. We're not talking about it, we're doing something about it. To reduce the CO2, well, quite frankly, I think the things that have been done are a farce in Australia. And I've always been one for reducing CO2. But if you convert waste to diesel, that's 33% of your oil needs. And they're already doing it. Southern Oils are already doing it at Wagga Wagga, and they're already doing it at Gladstone. Not pie in the sky. Prime Minister's visited, the Premier of Queensland's visited. So they're already doing it. The Germans did it for the last 2 years of the war. Waste to diesel, pyrolysis, Fischer-Tropsch method. Our manufacturing industries are gone in this country. Well, let's get them back. And I defy the ALP or LNP to tell me one single thing that they have done to get those industries back. Now, what we're proposing is that all government vehicles in metropolitan areas be electric, which extends our fuel supply, but also we're not dependent upon the fuel supply for at least 3 or 4% of our vehicles. They are to be made in Australia by an Australian-owned company. Now, wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something? That you're actually constructing motor vehicles in Australia again. Did we make good motor cars? 72% of the market is held by Australia. And finally, renewables. Algae is a really big special here. The really big special, and Israel is mapping out the way forward. As far as, of course, renewables, no less a person than Al Gore, but an inconvenient truth, says first answer to the world's CO2 problems is ethanol. So, I mean, why aren't you doing something about it? I mean, you people sit in this place, you're the government, and you were the government. The ALP was the government. Now, you know, both Mr Wilkie, seconding his motion, and myself, both, I was on 24-hour call-up to go and fight in Indonesia. He actually was in the army when they saw combat. So, both from our backgrounds, we feel an imperative that we have to do something. We feel an imperative that we're going to do something serious and practical, and I'm not going to go into why the present methods we're using to cut down CO2 are totally impractical and totally illogical. But this is no less a person than Al Gore. That's the solutions he's putting up. But we are 28%. America is almost totally self-reliant now on fuel. They are sick of fighting wars. And, I mean, you have World War I, you have World War II, you have the Indonesian War, you have the Arab wars, which just seem to go on forever, the Gulf War and the Afghanistan War. I mean, let's stop fighting the wars and supply our own petrol so we don't have to fight the wars. And if we get into one, we can defend ourselves.
The member's time has expired. I'll just ask the member for Kennedy to formally move the motion for the yellow piece of paper in front of him.
I'll just go through the formal procedures. Thank you, Mr Acting Speaker. Well, I move the motion recorded in my name relating to sovereign fuel security in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
I thank the member for Kennedy. I call for a seconder for the motion.
Speaker, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Well, the question is the motion be agreed to, and to give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank the members for Kennedy and Clark for bringing this debate forward today. Fuel security has always been important, but this is probably the most fraught times for which since the 70s. Aside from the more protectionist nature of trade today and the implications on tariffs at international borders, the pandemic has tightened supply lines, and a single container ship wedged in the Suez has shown us how dependent global trade is on a few small choke points. This debate really does matter. It also couldn't be more timely. On the weekend, I saw fuel at $2.28 in Sydney. Clearly, fuel shocks are real. While I don't agree with all of the protectionist measures in this motion, there are certainly some elements which are critical and should be addressed immediately by the government. The call to stockpile 6 months' fuel supply is vital to ensure we can keep moving even in a crisis. I'm pleased to see that the government is acting on this. We are securing a baseline level of key transport fuels to be kept on shore to act as a buffer against supply shocks through the implementation of a minimum stockholding obligation. This will see a 40% increase in our local diesel stocks. But when prices stabilise again, we must invest in fuels to ensure that we have the domestic storage. Beyond the need for storage, sovereign manufacturing capabilities are also essential, which is why the government is ensuring that we have access to the fuel we need to keep Australia moving. We've already locked in Australia's refining capacity and its 1,250 employees through the landmark Fuel Security Act. This means that the Ampol refinery in Brisbane and the Viva Energy refinery in Geelong will both remain in operations until at least mid-2027. In fact, the Viva Energy Geelong refinery in Victoria has extended this commitment until the 30th of June 2028, 1 year more than the minimum required period under the Fuel Security Act 2021. Locking in our refineries is a matter of national security, of Australia's sovereignty and our self-sufficiency at critical times, our resilience as a nation. It means that we continue to have the ability to refine domestic crude oil in times of emergency. We are investing in our refineries through Fuel Security Services payment, which recognises the vital role of refineries that they play in our long-term fuel security. The payments are designed to ensure that refineries are supported in downtimes and not when they are performing well. Due to reduced demand, the pandemic resulted in a surplus of fuel products, particularly jet fuel, with the demand dropping by over 80%. Refineries face challenges in reducing the production of petrol and jet fuel while maintaining diesel production. The first quarter of the Fuel Security Services payment has now been finalised by the government, with payments well below the maximum support available. For quarter 1, 2021-22, Ampol will not receive any payments as their payment rate is 0 cents per litre. The results demonstrate the fuel security payment system is working as intended, with refiners only receiving support from the government when refinery market conditions are poor. In the case of Ampol, their margins have rallied to such an extent that they do not need any support. Viva's margins are also improving, with the payments well below the maximum available. This is the economically responsible way to support domestic industry. I'm pleased to see the government has remained committed to domestic refining. It is not too long ago that most states had their own refinery, and while the companies operating them saw business sense in moving offshore, it is good to see that the government has acted to ensure that not everyone has left the market. While Australia's fuel supplies have remained secure and affordable through the pandemic, we know we need to shield Australians from potential shocks in the future and enhance our national security in the process. Our economy relies heavily on energy and liquid fuels, and this will continue to grow. Growth is likely to be given.
Has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, let there be no misunderstanding. This country must achieve net zero carbon emissions as soon as possible, and by that I mean 2035, not 2050. It also means that this country must not invest in any new oil, gas or coal projects, but it does mean we need to fast-track our renewable energy industries, including fast-tracking the development of an Indigenous electric vehicle industry. But all of those ambitions and needs none of them let the government off the hook that right now and for the immediate future we need energy security when it comes to fuels, oils and lubricants. Yes, let's get rid of them as soon as we can, but right now, tomorrow, next month, next year, we must have absolute fuel security when it comes to our carbon-based fuels, oils and lubricant. But what have we got instead? Deputy Speaker, this country imports 90% of our refined fuel, 90% coming from overseas. And much of our 68-day stock that we claim to have in our possession is in fact in the United States of America and on ships at sea. In other words, we have bugger all fuel reserves within our borders on our land. In fact, as of November last year, Deputy Speaker, we had only 54 days of jet turbine fuel, 24 days of petroleum and 20 days of diesel. And I make the point again, fuel in America is useless in a crisis. Fuel on ships is potentially useless in a crisis, in particular when we have only 4 refineries in this country and 2 are closing. And this at a time of real, genuine international drama. What if there's another war in the Middle East? What if there's a war over Taiwan? What if there's a war in Ukraine? And I noticed that even today, just a couple of hours ago, Minister Dan Tehan warned that supply chain issues may worsen with a Russian invasion of Ukraine. This is real. And then what about if there are industrial catastrophes in the oil refineries of Singapore or South Korea? These are all real potential scenarios. These are all real threats to the import of fuel to this country. So why on earth we don't have at least 60 days supply of jet fuel, of petrol, of aviation gasoline, of all the oils and lubricants? It beggars belief, and it is a failure of governance in this country, Deputy Speaker, by a series of governments of both colours. Deputy Speaker, of course, the best solution to this is absolute self-reliance through renewable energy. That's what we actually need. And we have an abundance of these renewable energy sources that we can be bringing online far more quickly than we are already. In fact, Australia is genuinely a renewable energy powerhouse with remarkable resources like our wind, our solar, hydro, the potential for geothermal, wave, tide, and the emerging technologies that are on the drawing board and technologies that we can't even fathom just yet, that we will discover over the next several years if we get behind these industries. And I suppose that's one of the key points of this motion by the remarkable member for Kennedy, that we need government to be involved in every way possible to invest in these new industries and new technologies. And I think paragraph 7 of the motion is very important, that Australia moves to establish the manufacturing of electric vehicles and their component parts, including battery production, for which we have the minerals, with a target of 100% of all local, state and federal government vehicles and buses in metropolitan areas being Australian-made by 2035. Deputy Speaker, that's achievable. We have the know-how, we have the money, we have the resources. We just don't have the political will and the incentives to make it happen. That's all we need. If this country is going to achieve net zero, I hope by 2035, and 100% reliance on renewable energy, then we need the government to be more involved with regulations, with funding, with incentives. And I reckon that's a great start, a target of 100% local, state and federal government vehicles and buses by 2035. Heavens, all those levels of government rely on federal funding. We have the levers at our disposal to force them to make it happen. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Order. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Give the call to the honourable member for Casey.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Call the member for Werriwa.
I second the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All those opinions say aye. Against? I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 4 p.m. tomorrow.